Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Who present
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स ए हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट. बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल. लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट. दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़. तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, it will kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है. तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है. It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which
Welcome back. 17 names have been released by Uddhav Balasaheb Thackere's Sena, which also includes 4 seats in Mumbai. Now, Sangli was under dispute between Congress and Sena. It has now been taken by Chandrahar Patil of Sena. Till yesterday, Congress was keen on this seat and was considered Congress's stronghold. Mumbai Northwest was under dispute between the two parties, but that has now been taken by Sena's Amol Kirtikar. Mumbai South Central, meanwhile, which was also under dispute between Congress and Sena, but Anil Desai has been announced instead. Sanjay Patil is set to contest from Mumbai's Northeast, which again was under dispute between NCP and Sena. Meanwhile, the Congress has given its reaction. Congress is unhappy over the seats announced by Sena.
शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए। इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए। अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए, लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा।
उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांनी ज्या 2 जागावर उमेदवार घोषित केलेला आहे, थोडासा आघाडीचा धर्म जर पाडला असता तर नक्कीच आपल्याला त्याचा आनंद झाला असता। शेवट तीनही पक्ष मिळून अंतिम निर्णय घ्यायचा असतो आणि चर्चा संपली नाही, चर्चा सुरू आहे। अशा स्थितीमध्ये उमेदवार घोषित करणं हे थोडा आघाडी धर्माला निश्चितपणे थोडा गालबोट लावल्याच्या सारखं मला वाटतं। यावर त्यांनी जर पुनर्विचार केला तर सगळे तीनही पक्ष मिळून खुल्या मनाने या निवडणुका आपल्याला पार पाडता आल्या असत्या।
मुंबई में उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा की सीट 2014 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2019 में शिवसेना ने जीती, तो 2024 में यह तय हुआ कि महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के उम्मीदवार अमोल भैया कीर्तिकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे। आपके ऊपर अन्याय हो रहा है, यदि आपको टिकट नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से जाकर कहिए, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी पर दबाव बनाइए, न कि टेलीविजन में आकर आप दबाव बनाते हैं। और हम एक महाविकास आघाड़ी में हैं, आप एक ऐसे आरोप लगा सकते हैं कि हम मदद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे। पार्टी मदद करती है ना, पार्टी ने तय किया है कि यह संयुक्त उम्मीदवार है, और आप तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 7 दिन के अंदर मैं अपने विकल्प ओपन रखा हूं। इसका मतलब आपकी किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है। जब किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है, आपके विकल्प खुले हैं, तो आप उस तरफ जाइए, आपको शुभकामना है, लेकिन हमारे उम्मीदवार के प्रति नफरत फैलाने का काम न कीजिए।
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy joins us to give us more details. Radhika, very strong reactions coming in, especially from Sanjay Nirupam, who called on his party to break the alliance. What more can you tell us?
That's right. A lot of disappointment and discontent within Congress post the release of 17 names by Uddhav Sena. In fact, there were many names under dispute, including Sangli constituency as well as Mumbai Northwest and Mumbai South Central, that were under dispute. In fact, both Congress and Sena were vying for it. And over the last several weeks, there were discussions happening, and discussions over these seats are still ongoing. So therefore, many Congress leaders disappointed that when the discussions were ongoing, how could Sena go ahead and release these names without any sort of approval and without any sort of a consensus over these seats? Sanjay Nirupam has, of course, lashed out. He'd been vocally opposed to this entire MV alliance. He is somebody who had eyed the Northwest constituency, from where Amol Kirtikar of Sena will, in fact, be contesting. He's called him, a criminal. He's, in fact, said that, of course, this is a person who's been called by Enforcement Directorate for questioning. So therefore, he has lashed out at Sena for giving ticket to him, and also lashed out at Congress for bending over backwards for accommodating Sena, and that this is going to be destruction and end of Congress party. And he's also urged Congress party to break ties with Sena, also giving an ultimatum saying that he will have to look for other options if things are not reconsidered. So a lot of disagreement as far as these 17 seats are concerned. Congress not happy. NCP also, we believe, not happy, especially when it comes to Northeast, Mumbai Northeast seat, which was eyed by the NCP. However, Sena has, in fact, given that ticket to Sanjay Patil. So, a lot of discontent within the MVA alliance. Now, we also are made to understand that perhaps Congress may suggest a friendly fight between Sena and Congress in many of these disputed seats. Now, will that happen? Will, Sena be pressured to reconsider the list, considering the allies are not very happy with these disputed lists being released? Or will it lead to a bigger crisis within MVA? All that remains to be seen.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all those details. We'll keep an eye on the development there. Moving on, the sitting MP and the Jalandhar candidate from Aam Aadmi Party has joined the BJP, Sushil Rinku. He has quit Aam Aadmi Party and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, Sushil Rinku, he won the Jalandhar by-poll last year, and Aam Aadmi Party had again fielded Rinku from Jalandhar. So another Aam Aadmi Party MLA has quit and joined the BJP. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-present Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29th February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle.
Welcome back. The Election Commission has issued show-cause notices to Congress leaders Supriya Shrinate and Bharatiya Janata Party's Dilip Ghosh over derogatory remarks against actor Kangana Ranaut, who is the BJP's candidate for Haryana's Mandi Lok Sabha, and Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. On careful examination, the comments have been found to be undignified and in bad taste. This is what the Election Commission has said. And it also violates, it's a violation of provisions of the Model Code of Conduct. Let me go across to Maria, who joins us on the phone line. Maria, what actions can we expect? They have been given time till Friday, 5 p.m. What action is expected if they do not give a proper response?
An FIR can be filed. So the Election Commission can issue instructions to the local electoral officer that an FIR be lodged if it is found to be defamatory, if it is found to be undignified. Look, the Election Commission is very clear when it comes to the guidance of political parties and candidates that that criticism of any political party is all right, but it should be confined to policies and programs, past work and record. It cannot be about private lives of an individual. And if that is not, if language is not watched out for, then certainly this will be seen as an utterance which is harming the dignity of a woman. In case of Supriya Shrinate, this is what the Election Commission says, that the utterances have been found to be, hampering the honor and dignity of women, and this is best avoidable. If you have put out a social media post which vilifies an individual, insults the rival, then it will be seen as a personal attack and to be seen as a low level of criticism, which is violation of model code of conduct. It cannot be seen as freedom of speech and expression. That is the reason why the statement of Supriya Shrinate with regards to, because she had put out a social media, on her Instagram page, she had put out a message, and which she deleted later. The Election Commission says that the prima facie, it has been found to be undignified and in bad taste, and hence notice or show cause has been issued to her till 29th of March as to why action should not be taken as per the guidelines of the Election Commission. Similarly, with regards to Dilip Ghosh, the comments which he had made regarding Mamata Banerjee, the sitting Chief Minister and TMC Supremo, has been found to be in bad taste and undignified. It is, of course, targeting the dignity of a Chief Minister and also a woman here. And that is the reason why the Election Commission has said that both these leaders must explain as to why action cannot be taken. And after, if the answers are not found to be satisfactory, because in the past also, there have been very, very inflammatory comments which have been made by leaders. But if the comments are not found to be satisfactory, then an FIR can be lodged and a process or the due process of law will be followed there.
Maria, it also seems like a self-goal by the Congress leader, because we have seen instances where Congress leaders have made such comments prior to the elections, and this time around something similar has happened. Do you feel this is also a self-goal by Congress in a way?
Yes. Yes, this would be seen as a self-goal because the BJP has made Nari Shakti as their talking point in these elections. They are making women as an important constituency. As part of the messaging, the BJP has given record number of tickets to the women candidates in these elections. So, and Prime Minister himself speaking to women who have been fielded in Bengal, survivor of Sandesh Khali and Rekha Patra, to others over the last 48 hours. The messaging is loud and clear that here it is about that very, very strong messaging. It is about that any kind of comment against a woman will not be tolerated, which will be taken to the logical conclusion. Supriya Shrinate has been trying to issue clarifications. She has given multiple and mixed or jumbled responsible, right from saying that somebody else handles her social media profile to even going to the extent of saying that it was hacked. But overall, this is a self-goal. This is the Congress landing itself in a big mess, because they realize that the BJP will not be stopping at just this. That it will try and make this a talking point in the elections going ahead.
Right. Maria, thank you very much for getting us all those details. We are also joined by Aishwarya. Aishwarya, when you talk about BJP MP Dilip Ghosh, he had already issued an apology after his controversial father remark at Mamata Banerjee. So this has been happening from both sides of the both the parties, not just the Congress here.
Well, certainly, Election Commission trying to be very neutral on these remarks and controversial statements being made. Remember that press conference by the Chief Election Commissioner, where at the time of announcement of elections, he clearly stated that they will be completely unbiased, and whether it is the ruling party or be it the opposition, each and every politician should refrain from using any controversial statements or that can lead to undignified way, and therefore the reason perhaps it is Supriya Shrinate or Dilip Ghosh from the Bharatiya Janata Party both had been issued notices on the post or the comments that both had made respectively, and they have to reply to the Election Commission before March 29, 5 p.m. as to what led them to post it and what was the reasoning behind it. So a clarification has been sought by the Election Commission of India, but it is both the leaders who had apologized. Of course, Supriya Shrinate on her side clearly stated that it was someone else who hacked her account and posted from her account. Later, she apologized for it. She said she can't use such a derogatory word for any woman, and she had started investigation on her own at her own level. On the other side, Dilip Ghosh, commenting on Mamata Banerjee using that father verb clearly had triggered a lot of controversy. In fact, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, during a rally in West Bengal where a Mahila Sammelan was organized by BJP. It was Prime Minister himself who had, in a very sharp way, and stated that respect for women is supreme in the party, and that's what somewhere we have seen while Bharatiya Janata Party announcing tickets as well. Sadhvi Pragya being dropped, Sadhvi Pragya being dropped. It was Parvez Sahib Singh Verma who was dropped as well. Both the Bharatiya Janata Party sitting MPs were dropped just because of the controversial statement in the past being made. So now, when the messaging has been very clear and notices have been shared by the Election Commission, when MCC is already been in place, it remains to be seen that what sort of reasoning these both leaders gave. But a strong statement being made here by the Election Commission of India by sending notices that during the election campaign, no such commentary will be allowed by either of the political parties.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you very much for all those details. We are also joined by Mohammad Ghazali. Ghazali, BJP's push in this Lok Sabha elections is for Nari Shakti, and they have been very vocal about this. And amid all of that campaigning, when somebody like Supriya Shrinate comes and posts something like this, allegedly, how does it hurt Congress, and how does it benefit BJP in this case?
Something to the same effect. And now, after receiving the Election Commission's notice, it is very, it's a writing on the wall kind of thing. The BJP will try to exploit this.
BJP will try to exploit this issue or raise this issue in these elections. Actually, in Himachal, we are seeing that how Congress government is facing an imminent threat that someday or the later some MLAs will switch or BJP will try to engineer the rebellion there. But for the Lok Sabha polls, certainly Kangana Ranaut will raise this issue not only in Himachal Pradesh but in other Hindi-speaking states as well. And Prime Minister's push, since this episode happened, we saw how Prime Minister has been speaking to the women candidates for the Lok Sabha elections for the party from different regions. So somewhere he's also hinting that this issue is not going to die down very soon, and Congress will have to give endless explanations in this entire poll campaign as far as this Kangana Ranaut controversy is concerned.
Right. We were discussing this earlier as well, and I want to ask you this again, Ghazali. Does this feel like a self-goal by the Congress here?
See, certainly it appears like a self-goal now, because it is now just not associated with the women power. If you heard Kangana's reaction, she said that the word Mandi or the place Mandi in Himachal Pradesh is a Chota Kashi for us. So drawing a religious comparison to this entire controversy is again going to be damaging for Congress, as we see the kind of politics BJP does when it comes to nationalism, religion and all that. Certainly the BJP will try to raise and associate this particular incident with all other issues on which the Congress has often been on a weak wicket.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all those details. So a notice have been issued to both Supriya Shrinate as well as BJP's minister over the comments that they made. Moving on, resentment in Kolar Congress troubles the party ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. The MLAs and MLCs from this Lok Sabha constituency have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law, Chika Pedanna, is fielded. Now, 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs raised this fiasco and even met the Speaker at Vidhan Sauda. The sitting minister, MC Sudhakar, initially alleged that Congress High Command paid no heed to their demand, but later claimed that they have been asked to wait for some time and that the High Command, as well as the state leadership, would arrive at a decision soon. K.H. Muniappa, remember, is Food and Civil Supplies Minister. His daughter, Rupa Shashidhar, is already an MLA. My colleague Pratibha gets us an exclusive with Muniappa.
I have all respects for the party high command, but here we want others to be given representation. See, that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the high command to get the seat, so I thought we can. There is no point continuing. But rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
We have with us K.H. Muniappa, Karnataka Congress Minister. Sir, the resentment brewing in Kolar Congress. What is your statement for that?
Congress party is a big party. Naturally, these things will be happen. But unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met and we explained our problems and we appealed to them. I never lost in the election, only one time I lost. You give an opportunity, I will win the seat. I have got my own experience. And they also told, we want some people, they also proposed. Ultimately, we all, Ramesh Kumar, both the ministers, Bharati Suresh, Dr. Sudhakar, myself, and all MLAs, together we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the President of the PCC can take the decision. We abide by it. That was the end. Thereafter, this is surprise development that takes place. On this issue, I don't want to say anything on this issue. I am the sincere and a disciplined soldier of the party. Whatever the decision the party will take, I will abide by it.
So, but also most of the rebel leaders have been stating that they will be waiting for a decision from the High Command.
Okay,
Suppose the High Command's decision is not in your favor, sir.
Whatever they take decision, I will abide by it.
All right, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but like let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an overall good product in terms of camera, performance, software, you know, like everything combined, I would recommend OnePlus 12 over the Xiaomi. Considering Xiaomi doesn't have that kind of brand value in that premium segment. OnePlus, you know, has been there for a long time now, or OnePlus 12 is an amazing smartphone overall. If you combine especially the clean experience of Oxygen OS, yeah, even the camera is fantastic. Xiaomi 14 थोड़ा आगे निकल जाता है, but overall, I would say OnePlus 12 would be a better pick. I mean, pretty simple.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continued with his series of phone conversations with candidates. Today he spoke with Amrita Roy, a member of erstwhile royalty and BJP's Krishnanagar Lok Sabha candidate. She is fighting the election against Trinamool leader Mahua Moitra. Now, during the conversation, he said that the BJP was committed to uprooting corruption in the country. He also said he was working to ensure that the money looted from poor people in West Bengal and attached by the Enforcement Directorate was returned to them.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंची की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे, तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। वे खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है। और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं? आप
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
संदेश खाली से भी हमारी बहनों ने, बेटियों ने वो आवाज उठाई जो एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री और उसके ऐसे शासन के खिलाफ थी जहां शासन चरमरा गया है, कुप्रबंधन है, भ्रष्टाचार है। संरक्षण उन लोगों को है जो बहन बेटियों के साथ बलात्कार अत्याचार करते हैं। और एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी उस राज्य की महिलाओं को संरक्षण नहीं दे पाई, बल्कि संरक्षण दिया है तो भ्रष्टाचारियों को, बलात्कारियों को।
Time for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Who present? I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on my club.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny, मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीज़ें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
ECI issues notices to Supriya Shrinate, Dilip Ghosh. The notices are over personal attacks by politicians. The ECI notice after Supriya Shrinate's remark on Kangana Ranaut. Sources tell NDTV that ED case against Kerala Chief Minister's daughter. The money laundering case is against the Chief Minister's daughter, Veena. The case is over suspicious payments made by a mineral firm. A High Court order expected shortly. High Court to give order on Delhi Chief Minister's bail petition. India summons US diplomat over US comment on Arvind Kejriwal. A 40-minute meeting with US Deputy Chief of Mission. US had called for fair and transparent process for the Delhi Chief Minister. There's a Mahabharat in the MVA over a Mumbai seat. Upset Sanjay Nirupam dares Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray. Nirupam calls on the Congress to snap ties with the Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to BJP's Bengal Lok Sabha candidate Amrita Roy, who is contesting the Krishnanagar constituency against Trinamool Congress's Mahua Moitra. The PM says BJP is committed to uprooting corruption in the country. The Election Commission of India has sent a notice to Congress leader Supriya Shrinate over a post on Kangana Ranaut. Remember, Kangana Ranaut is BJP's candidate for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls from Himachal Pradesh's Mandi. The ECI said that the comments by Shrinate are prima facie violative of the Model Code of Conduct. She is required to respond by the 29th of March, 5 p.m. So Supriya Shrinate has been sent a notice by ECI on her comments against Kangana Ranaut. A few days ago, there was an Insta post by Supriya Shrinate's account in which she had posted a picture of Kangana Ranaut in her modelling days. Of course, Ms. Shrinate had apologized and retracted that post, but the BJP has been demanding an apology, and also a delegation from the BJP had asked the ECI to take strict action against people who violate the Model Code of Conduct yesterday. Moving on, the ECI has also issued notices to BJP MP Dilip Ghosh over identify her father jibe against Mamata Banerjee. Remember, Dilip Ghosh is also the sitting MP from Mednipur. He is also the candidate from Bardhaman Durgapur for the BJP. This time he's been the state president of the BJP till recently. I have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us with more details on this. Saurabh, Dilip Ghosh is known to make these comments. Now, of course, the show cause notice against him comes as a surprise. But tell us, how is he taking it?
Well, this has been the political headline of the day, with Dilip Ghosh not only making that caustic and controversial comment earlier, but also somewhat offering an apology this morning. But in spite of that, the Trinamool Congress has visited the Election Commission with a delegation and asked for action. One is he should be suspended from the election process for 7 days. His candidature should be cancelled, etc., is what the Trinamool Congress delegation told the Election Commission this morning when they visited the Election Commission in Kolkata. Now, obviously, this has become a bit of an embarrassment for the BJP, because remember, the BJP has been focusing on a women's issues-led campaign. The Prime Minister's handle and all the other BJP handles saying Modi ka parivar, which is basically to stay away from more personal comments and personal attacks. At least if you see the Prime Minister's speeches during this election campaign earlier, they've all been very, very targeted towards the issues that the BJP wants to make an election plank. And therefore, this seems to be a distraction from that electoral strategy of the BJP, which is why, obviously, that apology too has been offered, but the Election Commission also stepping in and asking Dilip Ghosh to explain his comments. And this is perhaps in line with what was expected, that this hadn't gone down well, and the BJP itself also hadn't taken this well. And there was that news earlier about a show cause notice being sent to Dilip Ghosh by his own party.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us for those details. I also have Mohammad Ghazali, my colleague, joining us. Ghazali, ECI has sent a notice to Congress leader Supriya Shrinate. She, of course, had retracted her post on Kangana Ranaut. Kangana is, of course, the Mandi candidate for the BJP. She had herself posted on this. Of course, that post was extremely problematic, misogynistic and offensive. Tell us, how are the people of Himachal looking at this action by ECI?
See, as far as this entire episode is concerned, the BJP's local leadership in Himachal Pradesh is going to raise this issue throughout the campaign, because Himachal goes to polls in the last phase of, Himachal will vote in the last phase of the polls, that is on June 1st. And since her announcement as the candidate from the Mandi Lok Sabha constituency, the first thing what we have heard is that Congress's candidate or the sitting MP from Mandi, Pratibha Singh, has refused yet again that she won't be contesting the Lok Sabha polls this time. But as far as those comments are concerned, the BJP is raising that issue and it's connecting it with multiple other issues on which Congress has often been found very wanting. Like Kangana said that the city of Mandi or the place of town of Mandi has been used derogatory, has been shown in a derogatory light by the Congress leaders, but it is a Chota Kashi or mini Kashi for us due to its religious significance. Now, one particular issue, one sexist comment will now be utilized or exploited by the BJP in the campaign, connecting it with different issues. It is just not a sexist comment, but using that word for the town of Mandi will also have the BJP feels that it has got religious connotation, and they'll yet again try to sort of gherao the Congress or attack Congress on the religious issue, that how Congress has always been anti-Hindu and the kind of politics BJP does when it comes to Hindutva issues or issues of religion. So Congress will certainly find itself on a weak wicket if it keeps explaining itself on why the comments were issued, and it will certainly hope that this issue dies down sooner than later. But the BJP will certainly use it throughout the campaign, connecting it with the dignity of women or Mahila Asmita, and we have seen how Prime Minister has been talking to those women candidates on the BJP from different seats, also asserting the same fact that BJP respects women, while Congress behaves or does this or outrages or issues such insensitive comments against women is what the BJP will try to play throughout the campaign.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. So politics playing out over those comments which are being seen as anti-women. I also have Kapil Madan, who's a political analyst, advocate, Supreme Court, and also Amitabh Tiwari, who's a political analyst, joining us to debate this, to discuss this. Let me ask you, Mr. Madan, so the BJP has, of course, proved that it is taking action against people who use hate speeches. We saw many of them getting dropped in so many lists of the BJP. Now, the ECI has also sent a show-cause notice to Mr. Ghosh over his offensive comments against Mamata Banerjee. The BJP is asking Congress, why is the party falling short of action? Because the comments, the post by Supriya Shrinate, of course, she has retracted them and apologized, but that is extremely offensive, and it is in Himachal Pradesh where your Congress is, where your government is also on thin ice. Do you think this will impact women's votes and at least the reputation of the party?
See, I'll let me give you an example. We all saw when, Honorable Prime Minister Modi was campaigning in Bengal against TMC. Prime Minister himself made that Didi oh Didi remark in a humorous way, and nothing happened insofar as the Election Commission is concerned. Now, coming to the issue at hand, wherein Ms. Supriya Shrinate has come, openly said what has happened, how that has happened, and she has not for a second tried to defend this incident. So she has condemned unequivocally. She has also said that she's trying to find out, because different people had access to the accounts. She's trying to find out who the person was who has actually posted this comment. And at this point in time, BJP is not concerned with taking this issue to a logical conclusion, because had this been the case, the BJP should have, registered the FIR against the concerned person. After the registration of FIR, the post, can be tracked down through the IP address, that who actually was the individual, what was the location from which this was posted. I also, at this point in time, do not rule out, any political conspiracy behind it. And it is only after a detailed investigation, we can come to a conclusion whether this was orchestrated by anyone from the Congress, or it was, misdeed, orchestrated, or, planned or planted by any outsider.
But do you think that the Congress should have actually walked the extra mile to reassure women of the country that it is extremely concerned about this post? Do you think that should have happened and the Congress party should have taken more action on this?
See, when I said here, when Ms. Shrinate has publicly apologized, she has taken responsibility of the post. She is not saying it has not come from her account. She has admitted that it has come from her account. However, there were several individuals who had access to her account, and any individual has posted, and she has very categorically made that admission on camera. So had this been the case, if
Okay, let me ask this question to Amitabh Tiwari. Mr. Tiwari, there are these bread and butter issues, and of course there are these issues of women. Do you think that there is some sort of relatability, at least when it comes to dignity of women in the voter base? Because there are also urban sensibilities, there are rural sensibilities. People are also wondering if Brijbhushan Sharan will be given a ticket from the BJP. So there are many questions, and this whole gamut of women's dignity is a huge field. Do you think the parties are doing enough when it comes to protecting women's honor and respect?
See, essentially, the women vote has emerged as a very important vote bank. And in 12 states, the women voters are more in number than the men. So they have their own sensibilities, issues, and demands. So all the political parties across the spectrum are trying to woo the women voter through increased representation. And we've seen in this case that even the Election Commission of India, because this is just the start of the election season, has cracked the whip on both the people who were at fault, one from the BJP and one from the Congress, and has asked for explanation. Now, if we see, the BJP has taken action on its own member and has asked for, I think, explanation from Dilip Ghosh, whereas same has not been yet seen from the Congress party. So it's a battle of perception, a battle of optics as well. While Supriya Shrinate ji has clarified her statement that somebody else has posted from her account, but then it also needs to be, I think, the party as well as the individual is duty bound, because in an election season, when so many people have access to a social media account, which can create fake news or which can create issues of disturbances, then the party and the individual also have to be careful as to whom these social media accounts who are these people who have access to, because I just can't say that I have given access to so many people and somebody just posted it, because it is on the individual's responsibility as well. And I hope the Congress party and the person concerned will take suitable action.
Mr. Tiwari, at the same time, you see the Prime Minister making these very important calls to Rekha Patra, who's a sexual assault survivor. We saw him making a call to Professor Sarasu, who's also fighting a very difficult battle from the SC constituency of Alathur in Kerala. And he today made this call to Amrita Roy. So on one hand, the Prime Minister is reaching out to women, especially those who are fighting difficult electoral battles, and also women who are not really, who've not been part of the BJP for many years. They're all, influential people who have struggled, people who have resisted and who have been part of the BJP in the last few days. So do you think there is some messaging out there, because there is also this discourse on anti-women and pro-women politics, but there's also this Prime Minister trying to do his own bit in motivating women who can be seen as vulnerable?
I think this all started with the Shakti remark of Rahul Gandhi ji, and we have seen that the BJP generally latches onto some issue and then also tries to take it to its logical end and conclusion. And here we have also two states wherein the battle is fairly difficult for the BJP, and the BJP wants to gain extra seats and vote share from these two states. And women again are going to play an important role, and that's how the Prime Minister perhaps is trying to give a message that the party and the leadership is with the women. They are sensitive to their sensibilities and demands. They have given 50 plus tickets, though it's less than 1/3 promise under the reservation bill, and that is how it wants to spread the message or be on the right side of the optics or drive a narrative that it is.
Mr. Madhav, one of the interesting candidates that the Congress sort of fielded yesterday was R. Sudha from Tamil Nadu. Now, this is a woman who heads the women's wing in Tamil Nadu Congress parties, and she basically had written a letter in 2021 to Sonia Gandhi seeking more representation of women in politics, and now she's been fielded from Tamil Nadu. So tell me one thing. Comments like this, or like, the inadvertent post by Supriya Shrinate, all these things, what kind of impact do they have on Congress party or even BJP parties, women representatives, women who are actually struggling to sort of come fight this very difficult battle electorally? What kind of responsibility does the party have to ensure that they have it at least easy when it comes to, at least the projection and the narrative?
So I'll tell you what, it is the Congress party who has been very sensitive to these kind of issues. You've not seen any single person, who has come forward and defended this post in any manner. So it is the party's transparency on this issue. No leader, no statement has come that supports to what has happened here. And the fact is that the BJP is trying to get political mileage out of it because they know that their entire campaign of 400 plus seats is it's in the air. I mean that does not have any credible foundation, and that's the reason why they are trying to even take political mileage out of these kind of mischievous errors. Again, I am saying here, you cannot rule out a possibility that this has been planted by some individual. That's the reason why I started my argument when I made my opening remark to say it is only after a detailed
But Mr. Madan, then
investigation.
it is the responsibility of the party to sort of make it very clear and walk that extra mile, file an FIR, ask for police action, isn't it?
So is in Delhi, see this Ms. Supriya Shrinate is based out of Delhi, and I would presume that since the communication department also operates out of Delhi, so I would presume that it is the Delhi police that has jurisdiction over the matter, and the BJP is not at all interested in taking this to a logical conclusion. That's the reason why, because in a matter like this, it takes few minutes, for police cyber cell to initiate, an investigation out of it.
Right. Mr. Tiwari, do you think that the Congress should have done a little bit more to, sort of at least reassure its women supporters, or at least women of the country, or even men of the country, that it is very serious about women's rights, dignity of women, or at least the projection of women?
See, since the women vote bank is emerging as a very important vote bank, the Congress could have come out with a statement citing Supriya Shrinate, not chiding her for what a statement is that, but these sorts of statements have been erroneously posted on one of our individuals' accounts, and the Congress party does not stand with it. It's a very simple statement. It could have soothed the nerves of a lot of people, but it's part of the strategy that they have decided not to do that. And anyways, the ECI has sent notice to both these people, and they will have to respond. And the ECI will then again get into the investigation,
right,
and will take the necessary action against both these individuals.
Okay. And last word from you, Mr. Madan, now people speaking is one thing, but the digital accounts, the digital outreach is also seen as an extension of what they communicate to people. So what is that extra care that, politicians and especially candidates and party people need to take when it comes to social media accounts? Because this whole excuse that I was not running my account and somebody else was doesn't seem to be working, doesn't seem to be believable on ground now.
So you can't at this juncture completely rule out that possibility that someone has misused it. But yes, as a matter of caution, I would still say that keep your passwords very secure. Ensure that no post is out without your specific approval. Keep a very close eye on whatever is happening from your account. And these are some of the safeguards. Ensure your OTPs are preserved. Ensures that you don't log in from different devices, because sometimes it also happens that if I have logged in from one device, I forget to log off, and I eventually end up remaining logged in at different devices without I being aware. Sometimes you even sell your phones without properly formatting it, resetting it, and the person who gets the phone has access to all these pre-installed passwords, apps, etc., which may be misused.
Right. So thank you so much for joining me on this debate. Of course, this is something that we'll keep discussing even as election activity picks up. Thank you so much. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Brought to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Tygoon. We introduced it on two-line structure: the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Tygoon, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the plan now? When do you think it will actually come to India, will get launched in India?
Yeah, I think the ID4 that you saw earlier was a test car, which you saw by accident and not by design. But today we have officially showcased the ID4. So very clearly we are committed to bringing the global electric range into India, starting with the ID4. Our target is to bring this car to India and to start selling it towards the end of this year. Yeah.
What I know it's very early to say, but what will be your pricing strategy?
So as you said, too early to say, but any car that you launch has to be competitive in the segment that it is operating in. The ID4 is an A+ SUV. It's a large car.
There was another high-profile joining in the BJP today. Sitting MP and Jalandhar candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party has joined the BJP. Sushil Kumar Rinku has quit the Aam Aadmi Party and joined the BJP today. Sushil Kumar Rinku had won the Jalandhar by-poll last year. Aam Aadmi Party had again fielded Rinku from Jalandhar. This is the case of another Aam Aadmi Party MLA quitting and joining the BJP amid the buzz around Rinku, who was already announced as the Aam Aadmi Party candidate from Jalandhar. Joining the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party leaders in fact tried to speak to him and persuaded him to stay back.
ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕੋ ਮਕਸਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੂਬੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਮੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੰਸਦੀ ਖੇਤਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਦਰਨੀय ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੀ ਔਰ ਆਦਰਨੀय ਸਾਡੇ ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਅਮਿਤ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਹੋਇਆ।
I have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joining us with more details on the story. Ghazali, just hours after Aam Aadmi Party and in fact BJP announced that it will go separate ways from Aam Aadmi Party, we saw Ravneet Singh Bittu joining the party yesterday. He is an MP from Ludhiana. Today the MP of Jalandhar, Sushil Kumar Rinku, has joined the BJP. So is this the BJP trying to make it very clear that it is very serious about Punjab, and what kind of a setback is this for the Aam Aadmi Party?
See, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are alleging that it is all the pressure of agencies, because Sushil Rinku on 16th of March was found visiting Ayodhya and was incommunicado. The party high command or the party leadership in Punjab could not connect with him. And there was a strong buzz back then, 2 weeks ago, that perhaps he is going to join the BJP along with the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, one of the MLAs from Jalandhar district. And today exactly that has happened. The reasons being that perhaps Mr. Rinku had fought elections as Congress candidate for the 2022 MLA polls, Then in 2023, he fought the by-polls for the Lok Sabha from Jalandhar as an AAP candidate. And in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, he will be probably fighting as a BJP candidate. He says that, or his supporters claim that he didn't have enough funds to contest the polls, and he had raised this issue with the party, but party didn't pay any attention to that. Also, in 2022 by-polls, 2023 by-polls of Jalandhar, he had also promised certain things regarding the infrastructure push in Jalandhar, which hasn't happened in Jalandhar till now, and perhaps he sensed that voters will be upset with it. And these are the 2-3 reasons he mentioned for switching over to the BJP. It's a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party. Reason being that day after Arvind Kejriwal was arrested in Delhi, the Punjab Chief Minister, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, held a meeting with all the 92 MLAs here in Chandigarh, stressing that BJP will try to break the party through threats and allurements, but we have to stay united. And what we have picked up is perhaps BJP was part of that meeting. And interestingly, Mr. Sheetal Anugral, the MLA from Jalandhar West, he was the first MLA within the Aam Aadmi Party who had raised the issue of Operation Lotus by the BJP, and he also happens to be the complainant in one of the FIR registered back in 2022 against the BJP for engineering breakup in the Aam Aadmi Party here in Punjab.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Yet another opposition MP and also MLA joined the BJP today. Moving on to Maharashtra, 17 names have been released by the UBT Shiv Sena, which also includes 4 seats in Mumbai. Now, Sangli was under dispute between the Congress and the Sena. It has now been taken by Chandrahar Patil of the Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Bal Thackeray. Till yesterday, Congress was keen on the seat and was considered a Congress stronghold. Mumbai Northwest was again under dispute between Congress Party and the Sena, but that has been now taken by Sena's Amol Kirtikar. Mumbai South Central, meanwhile, which is also under dispute between Congress Party and Shiv Sena, but Anil Desai has been announced instead. Sanjay Patil is set to contest from Mumbai's Northeast, which again was under dispute between the NCP and the Sena. Meanwhile, Congress Party has given its reaction. It has said that it is unhappy over the seats announced by the Uddhav Bal Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Let's look at some reactions.
शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए. इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए. नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए. अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए. लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा.
उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांनी ज्या 2 जागावर उमेदवार घोषित केलेला आहे, थोडासा आघाडीचा धर्म जर पाडला असता तर नक्कीच आपल्याला त्याचा आनंद झाला असता. शेवट तीनही पक्ष मिळून अंतिम निर्णय घ्यायचा असतो आणि चर्चा संपली नाही, चर्चा सुरू आहे. अशा स्थितीमध्ये उमेदवार घोषित करणं हे थोडा आघाडी धर्माला निश्चितपणे थोडा गालबोट लावल्याच्या सारखं मला वाटतं. यावर त्यांनी जर पुनर्विचार केला तर सगळे तीनही पक्ष मिळून खुल्या मनाने या निवडणुका आपल्याला पार पाडता आल्या असत्या.
मुंबई में उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा की सीट 2014 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2019 में शिवसेना ने जीती, तो 2024 में यह तय हुआ कि महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के उम्मीदवार अमोल भैया कीर्तिकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे. आपके ऊपर अन्याय हो रहा है, यदि आपको टिकट नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से जाकर कहिए, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी पर दबाव बनाइए, न कि टेलीविजन में आकर आप दबाव बनाते हैं. और हम एक महाविकास आघाड़ी में हैं, आप एक ऐसे आरोप लगा सकते हैं कि हम मदद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे. पार्टी मदद करती है ना, पार्टी ने तय किया है कि यह संयुक्त उम्मीदवार है, और आप तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 7 दिन के अंदर मैं अपने विकल्प ओपन रखा हूं. इसका मतलब आपकी किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है. जब किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है, आपके विकल्प खुले हैं, तो आप उस तरफ जाइए, आपको शुभकामना है, लेकिन हमारे उम्मीदवार के प्रति नफरत फैलाने का काम न कीजिए.
I have my colleague Radhika with more details on this. Radhika, strong reactions from people from all 3 parties. Sanjay Nirupam has in fact called on the Congress party to break the alliance. How do you see this playing out?
That's right. The fresh cracks seem to be emerging as far as MBA is concerned now. We just heard some of the Congress leaders there strongly opposing the list that has been released by Uddhav Sena. In fact, Uddhav Sena's decision to nominate candidates in some of the disputed constituencies, including Sangli and some of the seats in Mumbai, has sparked a discontent among the allies. Of course, Sanjay Nirupam also lashing out. In fact, he was vying for Northwest constituency. He's been accusing Congress, in fact, he's been accusing Sena of burying Congress in the city of Mumbai, and has also urged Congress to break ties with Sena, while also giving an ultimatum that he will have to look for other options if the decision of Sena has not been reversed. So Sanjay Nirupam there hitting out, Balasaheb Thorat hitting out, Vijay Wadetiwar, several within the Congress stating that this has been some sort of, this has been in a sense a betrayal since discussions were ongoing as far as these disputed seats are concerned. Yet they decided to go ahead and release these seats without coming with a consensus. So clear discord there among the allies. NCP also not happy. Some of the NCP leaders also expressed their displeasure over Northeast, Mumbai Northeast also going to Sena, because that was something that NCP had eyed. So Congress has been quick to hit out, so is NCP. They're not entirely certain how this will pan out. Will Sena, in fact, reconsider the list, or will it lead to a bigger crisis? That remains to be seen at this point. The sources also suggesting Congress may want a friendly fight against Sena in some of the disputed areas. So we'll have to wait and see how the resolution will come out in this.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. Fishers in the MVA out in the open. Moving on, Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, VBA Chief Prakash Ambedkar on Wednesday announced candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls in Maharashtra, signalling that the outfit will not ally with the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi. Addressing a press conference here, Mr. Ambedkar accused the MVA allies, which is the Congress, NCP led by Sharad Chandra Pawar, Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Bal Thackeray, of trying to use his outfit to promote dynastic politics. Ambedkar, who's a grandson of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, announced names of 8 candidates for the phase of elections, including himself from the Akola constituency. Ambedkar has said that he has decided to support the Nagpur Congress candidate. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Brought to you. This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
Welcome back. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a case against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter over alleged illegal payments from a mineral firm. Payments were made to the tune of rupees 1.72 crore, which is under lens. These payments were made to Kerala Chief Minister's daughter Veena's IT firm SFIO, and the tax department was already probing the matter. In January this year, the Kerala High Court heard a plea seeking an investigation into Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter Veena T's company. My colleague Mukesh has more details on this story.
केरल के मुख्यमंत्री पिनराई विजयन और उनकी बेटी वीना विजयन की मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली हैं। ईडी ने वीना के खिलाफ पीएमएलए यानी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के तहत मामला दर्ज कर लिया है। ये मामला एक मिनरल फर्म के साथ गैर कानूनी तरीके से लेन देन का है। इस मामले में एसएफआईओ ने शिकायत दर्ज कराई थी। ये मामला इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की जांच में सामने आया था। जांच में ये बात सामने आई थी कि कोचीन मिनरल्स रूटाइल लिमिटेड ने वीना की कंपनी एक्सालॉजिक्स सॉल्यूशन को 2018 से 2019 के बीच में 1.72 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान किया था, जबकि उस समय ये आईटी फर्म कोई सर्विस नहीं दे रही थी। तो ये भुगतान जो है लीगल तौर पर किया गया था और इसमें आरोप ये है कि वीना विजयन को इससे लाभ हुआ और इस मामले में ये मामला जो है केरल हाई कोर्ट भी पहुंचा था, जिसमें फरवरी में कंपनी रजिस्ट्रार ने केरल हाई कोर्ट को बताया कि कोचीन मिनरल्स रूटाइल लिमिटेड के धन के दुरुपयोग के कारण सार्वजनिक खजाने की लूट हुई है और इससे राज्य के औद्योगिक विकास पर असर पड़ेगा। जो केरल हाई कोर्ट है उसने कहा था, जो राज्य औद्योगिक विकास निगम है उससे कहा था कि वह एसएफआईओ की जांच में सहयोग क्यों नहीं कर रहा था। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जो जांच थी उसमें हाई कोर्ट ने रुकावट में कोई बाधा नहीं डाली थी और एसएफआईओ इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रहा था। इसी के बेसिस पर ईडी ने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज किया है और केरल के मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी बेटी की मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली हैं, क्योंकि एक मिनरल फर्म के साथ जो इलीगल तरीके से पैसे के लेन देन का आरोप है और 1.72 करोड़ रुपए का जो लेन देन था उसको लेकर ये जांच शुरू हुई थी। अब इसमें ईडी ने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज कर लिया है।
Moving on, there's resentment in the Kolar constituency of Karnataka. Congress troubles the party ahead of the Lok Sabha election. MLAs and MLCs from this Lok Sabha constituency have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law, Chikka Peddana, is fielded. In fact, 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs raised this fiasco and even met the Speaker at Vidhan Sauda. Sitting Minister MC Sudhakar initially alleged that the Congress High Command paid no heed to their demand, but later claimed that they have been asked to wait for some time and that the High Command as well as the state leadership would arrive at a decision soon. K.H. Muniappa is the Food and Civil Supplies Minister. His daughter, Rupa Sashidhar, is already an MLA. My colleague Pratibha spoke to Muniappa, but first let's listen to this reaction by Sudhakar.
I have all respects for the party High Command, but here we want others to be given representation. See, that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the High Command to get the seat, so I thought we can, there's no point continuing, but rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
We have with us K.H. Muniappa, Karnataka Congress Minister. Sir, the resentment brewing in Kolar Congress. What is your statement for that?
Congress party is a big party. Naturally, these things will be happen. But unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met and we explained our problems and we appealed to them. I never lost in the election, only one time I lost. You give an opportunity, I will win the seat. I have got my own experience. And they also told, we want some people, they also proposed. Ultimately, we all, Ramesh Kumar, both the ministers, Bharati Suresh, Dr. Sudhakar, myself, and all MLAs, together we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the President of the PCC can take the decision. We abide by it. That was the end. Thereafter, this is surprise development that takes place. On this issue, I don't want to say anything on this issue. This is I am the sincere and the disciplined soldier of the party. Whatever the decision the party will take, I will abide by it.
So, but also most of the rebel leaders have been stating that they will be waiting for a decision from the High Command.
Okay, thank you.
Suppose the High Command's
Thank you.
decision is not in your favor, sir.
Whatever they take decision, I will abide by it.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi continued with a series of phone conversations with candidates. Today, in fact, he spoke with Amrita Roy, a member of erstwhile royalty, and also BJP's Krishnanagar Lok Sabha candidate. She's fighting the election against Trinamool Congress leader Mahua Moitra. During the conversation, he said that the BJP was committed to uprooting corruption in the country. He also said that he was working to ensure that the money looted from the poor people of West Bengal and attached by the Enforcement Directorate was returned to them.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंची की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे। तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। वे खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है, तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है, और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं? आप?
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
संदेश खाली से भी हमारी बहनों ने, बेटियों ने वो आवाज उठाई जो एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री और उसके ऐसे शासन के खिलाफ थी जहां शासन चरमरा गया है, कुप्रबंधन है, भ्रष्टाचार है, संरक्षण उन लोगों को है जो बहन बेटियों के साथ बलात्कार अत्याचार करते हैं। और एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी उस राज्य की महिलाओं को संरक्षण नहीं दे पाई, बल्कि संरक्षण दिया है तो भ्रष्टाचारियों को, बलात्कारियों को।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
EC issues notices to Supriya Shrinate and Dilip Ghosh. EC has issued notices to Supriya Shrinate and Dilip Ghosh for his derogatory comments. Sources have told NDTV ED case against Kerala Chief Minister's daughter, Veena. India summons US diplomat over US comments on Kejriwal. PM dials candidate facing Mahua Moitra in West Bengal.
Brought to you.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स एन हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट। बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है। तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने ट्रीज को प्लांट किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है। It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Welcome back. NDTV's election journey has reached the New Delhi Lok Sabha constituency. NDTV's Vedant Agarwal's ground report from New Delhi.
The big battle for the heart of the national capital.
the strategically important New Delhi constituency has seen stalwarts like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Lal Krishna Advani and Ajay Maken contest from it. It is the oldest seat in New Delhi. It houses the power corridors of India. A victory in New Delhi means a key to the seat of the world's largest democracy. The throne of power, the core of our republic, the thrust of Indian democracy. This iconic boulevard has seen it all. Defining mandates, alliances rising to power, governments falling, and prime ministers running the country from here, the center of New Delhi. One of the capital's 7 constituencies, New Delhi is home to over 14 lakh voters, including high-profile electors like the President, the Prime Minister, judges and senior leaders who form one of India's most educated electorates. It was in the late 1970s, when the Janata Party was on the rise, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee wrested the all-important seat from the Congress soon after the emergency. His closest confidant and India's former Deputy Prime Minister L.K. Advani contested from New Delhi soon after in 1989 during the peak of the Ram Mandir movement. From Ajay Maken in the early 2000s to Meenakshi Lekhi holding the fort for the BJP in the last decade, it has been a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress until Delhi's Aam Aadmi entered the fray. Despite Kejriwal's back-to-back electoral victories in the state and local polls, his party is yet to dent the BJP's prospects in the Lok Sabha. This time, it's a battle between lawyers. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are in alliance in Delhi, and New Delhi is being contested by the Aam Aadmi Party. From the AAP is a man who fought for the Anna Andolan in the courts, Supreme Court lawyer and a sitting MLA from New Delhi's Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti. The task is cut out for the party heavyweight to defend his boss in prison and broom up his party's tattered image in the run-up to the polls.
This time the election has a different color altogether. The way the election took place in 19 and 14, this time the reasons, the purpose, the focus is entirely different. The way BJP crushed opposition, the way they took away the rights of Delhi government, the way they tried to demolish the democratic fabric of the nation, all will be addressed in this election. So people of Delhi want accountability from central government. All these members of parliament of BJP in last 10 years, they did not say a word. When rights of people of Delhi were being snatched by central government, they did not say a word. BJP understands. Ajit Pawar, whom Honorable Prime Minister himself accused of 70,000 crores loot, he is in BJP. So BJP has a new washing machine. So now he is pure. Chhagan Bhujbal, who was jailed and remained in jail for 1 year on charges of corruption, he joined BJP. Now he is pure. You know, Suvendu Adhikari, Himanta Sharma, n number of people. So new washing machine in the market. BJP, which is to purify people, people do see कौन काम करता है, कौन नामदार है, कौन कामदार है.
In a radical political move, the BJP has unseated 6 of its 7 contentious sitting MPs from Delhi. From hate speech accused Parvesh Verma and Ramesh Biduri to the controversial MP Gautam Gambhir, the BJP's big Delhi leaders have all been dropped. From New Delhi, the BJP has fielded a fresh face. BJP veteran Sushma Swaraj's daughter, 40-year-old Bansuri Swaraj. A political debutante, Bansuri Swaraj is a lawyer like both her parents, boasting of an illustrious legal career.
There is no question of legacy. I can tell you that the people of Delhi have unwavering faith in Modi ki guarantee. Whether it was abrogation of Article 370, whether it was construction of a grand Ram temple in Ayodhya ji, whether it was bringing 33% reservation in favor of women in both Vidhan Sabha and Parliament by passing of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. These are all promises which were enunciated in our manifesto, and they have been absolutely fulfilled. These are union elections. And therefore, I think the voter also, the perspective is broader. We're talking about women-led development of a Viksit Bharat. So, of course, my vision resonates with his.
The fact that most of the sitting BJP MPs were removed, how do you look at that? Do people here, you see, were sort of disillusioned by the MPs of your party, your predecessors?
No, not at all. Not at all. हमारी पार्टी में टिकट कटते नहीं हैं, टिकट मिलते हैं और हमारे यहाँ पद नहीं होते, दायित्व होते हैं.
Delhi has nearly 1.5 lakh first-time voters, and among them are thousands of young students in one of the country's biggest coaching hubs in New Delhi's Rajendra Nagar. In election season, this nerve center of UPSC aspirants is bustling with politics.
अगर हम कंट्री वाइड बात करेंगे तो इसमें नो डाउट जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट होते हैं, चूँकि ये लोकसभा का इलेक्शन है, उन्हीं के नाम पे वोटिंग होती है. लेकिन अगर आप मेरे व्यूब की बात करेंगे तो आप अपने कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और प्लस जो आपके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं रिगार्डिंग कंस्टिट्यूएंसी, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उस चीज़ को भी ध्यान में रख के वोटिंग करनी चाहिए. अब जैसे कि एज ए स्टूडेंट वी आर फेसिंग अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट.
पॉलिटिकल लीडर हर रोज़ मतलब पार्टियाँ बदल रहे हैं. जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कितनी पार्टियाँ, बड़ी बड़ी पार्टी के लीडर जो जैसे महाराष्ट्र में लीडर हो गए, राजस्थान में लीडर हो गए. मतलब ये कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एक लीडर की कुछ अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं बची है. वो एक इलेक्शन में इधर, एक इलेक्शन में उधर. आजकल जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बॉडी की जितना वो गरिमा गिरती जा रही है, जैसे एक सोसाइटी का जो सोसाइटी बन रही है रिलीजन के बेसिस पे या कास्ट के बेसिस पे, ये पिछले कुछ सालों में या 1-2 डेकेड में बढ़ा है अभी. क्योंकि अगर आज देखो, आज के टाइम में अगर कोई अपनी कोई बात रखना चाहता है, अगर कोई प्रोटेस्टर है या कोई और भी है, अगर वो अपनी बात रखता है तो उसे एज ए एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर दिया जाता है उसी टाइम. वो मेनली पार्लियामेंट में जो हो रहा है, पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग अगर हम भी देखते हैं तो पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग में अगर उसका वो देखे कि कितनी एफिशिएंसी है, वो एफिशिएंसी आ ही नहीं रही है.
I feel cleanliness is the first thing they should think about. I feel the streets are not very clean. All these dogs here, it's very scary. The cost of living is very high. Since I'm from Tamil Nadu, I see the cost of living is very high, almost double.
From deadly pollution to toxic landfills and the sanitation mess. Even as Delhi grapples with these long-standing issues, it is left without a chief minister. The arrest of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ahead of the big general elections has left the Aam Aadmi Party without its star campaigner and biggest face. The contest for the coveted New Delhi seat is a prestige battle, both for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP. Many political pundits say that the BJP, which has unseated 6 of its 7 sitting MPs here in Delhi, is nervous of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has defeated the BJP both in state elections as well as municipal polls. But these are national elections. Can the big message of brand Modi, national security and Vishwa Guru trump local issues like sanitation and air pollution? That is a big question. In New Delhi with camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
Brought to you.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. what kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah?
Minor scare at the Kolkata airport. Planes graze on the tarmac, taxiing Indigo aircraft. Grazes standing Air India Express plane. DGCA cracks the whip. Indigo pilots de-rostered. Election Commission issues notices to Supriya Shrinate, Dilip Ghosh of the BJP. Notices over personal attacks by politicians. EC notice after Supriya Shrinate's remark on Kangana Ranaut and Dilip Ghosh remark on Mamata Banerjee. Big jolt for the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. Aam Aadmi Party's lone Lok Sabha MP Sushil Kumar Rinku joins the Bharatiya Janata Party. Delhi High Court order expected shortly. High Court to give its decision on Arvind Kejriwal's bail petition. Sources inform NDTV Enforcement Directorate case against Kerala Chief Minister's daughter. Money laundering case against Chief Minister's daughter. Case over suspicious payments by a mineral firm. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's very quickly tell you the top story that we are tracking at this moment. There has been a scare, in fact, as far as the airport of Kolkata is concerned. A taxiing Indigo aircraft grazed past one Air India Express plane. There has been little damage which, in fact, has taken place. The Air India plane's wingtip was, in fact, broken. The plane was stationary when this incident took place. Now, Indigo has called this incident a minor graze. Indigo, in its statement, has said alternate flight was arranged. Indigo also said the incident report will be submitted to the DGCA. Meanwhile, the DGCA has cracked down on the Indigo Airlines. DGCA has asked the airlines to de-roster both its pilots who were on duty when this incident took place. These visuals, ladies and gentlemen, just a short while back from the tarmac of the airport in Kolkata, and you can see the damage which was, in fact, the Air India Express plane suffered. Minor damage to the Indigo plane as well, which was changed, and then, of course, the flight did take off. But this incident has been taken very seriously by the DGCA, and both the pilots, those who were operating the Indigo aircraft, have been de-rostered at this moment. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us with more details on this. Saurabh, in fact, what we know is that the Air India Express plane was damaged, though the damage was minor. What's the situation as far as the aircraft is concerned? How long did the passengers have to wait for both these flights to, in fact, move to their destinations?
Well, what we're being given to understand is that the Indigo plane was a plane headed to Darbhanga, and they had to, of course, wait for a replacement aircraft before they could carry on their flight. Now, of course, luckily nothing happened, no injuries happened, but this is a pretty serious incident given the fact that two planes grazed each other and one of the planes suffered damage. Now this may be damage to the wings, but of course you can see the impact of which has made one of the parts of the wing of the aeroplane to fall off, and that's quite clear from the pictures that we have so far. Now obviously, you know, what we're being given to understand is that there was a plane. This was of course Chennai to I beg your pardon, Calcutta to Chennai, and also the other one was 6152, which was of course Calcutta to Darbhanga. And you know, this of course happened when these planes were on the tarmac. But obviously the wingtip vortices of the aircraft of the Air India Express plane is missing, and also the Indigo plane vortices, wingtip vortices had dents. And you can see of course those pictures show the extent of the damage, but this is of course a very serious incident. The matter has been reported to the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, or the DGCA, and this incident took place at the Kolkata airport. According to the information that we have, this took place around 11:10 this morning, and this information was reported to the DGCA officially at around 11:20, and of course further action is awaited on this, as there's of course going to be a probe into how this happened, where two planes graze each other, and of course the aircrafts also suffer a considerable amount of damage, though thankfully no passengers were hurt.
Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now to some political stories. Sitting Member of Parliament and the only Lok Sabha Member of Parliament of the Aam Aadmi Party has now joined the BJP. And this story coming in from Punjab, where the government is also of the Aam Aadmi Party. Sushil Rinku has quit the party and has joined the BJP. Sushil Rinku won the Jalandhar by-polls last year. Aam Aadmi Party had again fielded Rinku from Jalandhar. His candidature was announced, but despite that, Mr. Rinku has now switched over to the BJP, which just yesterday announced that it is going to fight all the 13 seats of Punjab without any, in fact, alliance with the Akali Dal. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted to Mr. Rinku's going to the BJP and has said Rinku has betrayed the whole of Punjab. Remember, just about a year back, Mr. Sushil Kumar Rinku was with the Congress party, switched over to the Aam Aadmi Party, fought the by-poll, won, became the Lok Sabha MP, and then has now shifted to the BJP. And this, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, his joining officially took place today. Let's listen in to what happened.
ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕੋ ਮਕਸਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੂਬੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਮੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੰਸਦੀ ਖੇਤਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और आदरणीय साडे गृह मंत्री साहब अमित शाह जी, इन्हां दा जिहड़ा वर्किंग स्टाइल है बहुत प्रभावित होया।
रिंकू वो आदमी है जिसको विधानसभा में जलंधर के लोगों ने हराया। आम आदमी पार्टी ने बाई इलेक्शन में भारी बहुमत से जिताया। हमारे दोनों ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर उसकी कैंपेन करते रहे। आम आदमी पार्टी ने उसको सम्मान दिया, लेकिन आज जिस तरीके से उन्होंने गद्दारी की है, ये गद्दारी सिर्फ और सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी से नहीं, ये पंजाब से गद्दारी है। भाजपा की घटिया जो राजनीति है, हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, खरीद फरोख्त की जो राजनीति है, उसका वो शिकार हुए हैं, वो उस लालच में फंस चुके हैं।
Meanwhile, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali is now joining us. Now, remember, this has happened just one day after Congress sitting MP, Mr. Bittu, has also joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ghazali, a setback for sure as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Perception would be that they are not able to keep their party together once the Chief Minister of Delhi and the party chief is in ED custody, despite having the government in the state of Punjab.
See, in Punjab, interestingly, every party accuses the other one to be the B team of BJP.
Akali Dal had been in alliance with BJP. After that, Akali Dal started accusing Aam Aadmi Party of being the B team of BJP. Congress says the same. So every party accuses each other of being the B team of BJP. But now this was a big challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party actually in Punjab. And it was the test of leadership of Mr. Bhagwant Mann, that whether he is able to keep the flock together. And he held a meeting on 24th of March, a day after Mr. Kejriwal was arrested. And he asked all the MLAs not to feel threatened or be allured by the BJP or by anyone who tries to break the party. But I think that didn't work well with all the MLAs, as Mr. Sheetal Anugral, MLA from Jalandhar West, and the sitting MP Sushil Rinku, they both have joined the BJP, and it is a big setback because the party has already announced Mr. Rinku as the candidate for 2024 polls from Jalandhar, and the party is yet to announce remaining 5 candidates on the 5 Lok Sabha seats of Punjab, and at a time when Bhagwant Mann had to shoulder responsibility of the campaigning for Delhi as well, for other states as well. Any kind of poaching here or leaders quitting the government here in Punjab is a big setback for them.
It is a big setback, a perceptional loss. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are fighting the election without any alliance in Punjab. BJP, Akali Dal, no alliance. So it's a 4-corner fight, and these moves before the elections of 2024 will make an impact in the result of the upcoming elections. Ghazali, thank you for joining us. Enforcement Directorate, ladies and gentlemen, has filed a case against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter over alleged illegal payments from a mineral firm. Now, payments were made to the tune of 1.72 crore rupees, which are now being investigated. These payments were made to Kerala Chief Minister's daughter, Veena's IT firm, SFIO, and the tax department were already probing this matter. In January this year, the Kerala High Court heard a plea seeking an investigation into Chief Minister's daughter's company, and now the Enforcement Directorate has taken over the investigation. Let me go across to my colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar, who is joining us with more details on this. Mukesh, ईडी सबसे ज़्यादा व्यस्त है. ऑपोजिशन के जो नेता हैं, उनके परिवार वाले हैं, उन पर लगातार केसेस हो रहे हैं. इस केस में क्या जांच हो रही है और इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट क्या कह रहा है इस केस में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल ईडी तमाम राजनीतिक पार्टियों पर लगातार जो रेड्स हैं वो कर रही है और कई सारे लोगों को कल पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया, जिसमें महुआ मोइत्रा हैं, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनकी पेशी होनी है. अब जो नया केस दर्ज हुआ है, ये पीएमएलए के तहत जो केरल के सीएम मुख्यमंत्री हैं पिनराई विजयन और उनकी बेटी वीना विजयन को लेकर जो मामला है, उसमें जो वीना विजयन हैं उनके खिलाफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज हुआ है और निश्चित तौर पर इस मामले में जो केरल के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और उनकी बेटी हैं, उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली हैं. ये जो मामला है, एक मिनरल फर्म के साथ इलीगल तरीके से लेन देन का मामला है और इस मामले में सीरियस फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिस ने जांच शुरू की थी. उन्होंने शिकायत दर्ज की थी क्योंकि इसकी जांच जो है पहले से जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट है वो कर रहा था और जांच में ये बात सामने आई थी कि कोचीन मिनरल्स रुटाइल लिमिटेड, इस कंपनी में वीणा की कंपनी ने, जिसका नाम है एक्सालॉजिक सॉल्यूशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, इस कंपनी को कोचीन मिनरल्स रुटाइल लिमिटेड ने करीब 1.72 करोड़ रुपए दिए थे और ये पैसा 2018 से 2019 के बीच में दिया गया था. इसमें एलिगेशन ये था कि उस समय जो कंपनी थी वीणा की, वो कोई सर्विस नहीं दे रही थी, कोई जो ये आईटी फर्म थी लेकिन कोई सर्विस नहीं दे रही थी. उसके बाद भी ये पैसा दिया गया. तो इसमें आरोप ये है कि जो वीणा है वो बेनिफिशियरी, उनको पैसा आया और ये पैसा इलीगल तरीके से आया. ये मामला जो है केरल हाईकोर्ट पहुंचा था फरवरी के महीने में और केरल हाईकोर्ट में कंपनी रजिस्ट्रार ने ये कहा था कि कोचीन मिनरल्स रुटाइल लिमिटेड के ने जो है धन का दुरुपयोग किया है और इससे सार्वजनिक खजाने की लूट हुई है. इससे राज्य में औद्योगिक विकास पर असर पड़ेगा. तो इसको लेकर केरल हाईकोर्ट ने जो एसएफआईओ की जांच है उस पर कोई रोक नहीं लगाई थी और इस मामले में अब ईडी ने पीएमएलए के तहत यानी कि मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के तहत जो है मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और निश्चित तौर पर आने वाले दिनों में जो वीना विजयन है उनको ईडी नोटिस जारी कर सकती है, उनसे पूछताछ कर सकती है, क्योंकि आरोप यही है कि उनकी फर्म को इलीगल तरीके से पैसा आया जिससे उनको लाभ हुआ है. तो इस मामले में अब ईडी ने कार्रवाई की है और बहुत जल्दी ही वीना विजयन को नोटिस जारी कर उनको पूछताछ के लिए बुला सकती है.
Mukesh, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Once again, this will increase the chorus of the opposition, in fact, saying that the enforcement directorate is being used politically by the government. Meanwhile, the government says they are only going after the corrupt. Moving on now, the Election Commission of India has sent notices to Congress leader Supriya Shrinate over a post on Kangana Ranaut. Kangana Ranaut, remember, is a BJP candidate for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections from Himachal Pradesh Mandi Lok Sabha constituency. The Election Commission has said that comments by Supriya Shrinate are prima facie violative of the Model Code of Conduct. She is required to respond by March 29th, 5 p.m. in this regard. Also, another leader, the leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Dilip Ghosh, in fact, has also been sent a notice by the Election Commission for his comments on Mamata Banerjee. He is also expected to reply to the Election Commission soon. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Brought to you Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually
Continuing his campaign for the Lok Sabha elections, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been speaking to the women candidates of the Bharatiya Janata Party in various states. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today continued with his series of phone conversations with the candidates of the BJP. Today, the Prime Minister spoke to Amrita Roy, a member of the erstwhile royalty and BJP's Krishna Nagar Lok Sabha constituency candidate. She is fighting the election against Trinamool Congress leader Mamata Banerjee. During the conversation, the Prime Minister said the BJP was committed to uprooting corruption in the country.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंद जी की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे। तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। ये खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है, तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है, और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं?
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
वो तो बिल्कुल ही अलग सा अनुभव है, वो हम एक्सप्रेस कर नहीं सकते, क्योंकि इतने बड़े नेता के पास से फ़ोन आना तो हमका कल्पना में भी नहीं थे। ये एक आशीर्वाद है मेरे लिए। ये तो हम एक आइडियोलॉजी के हिसाब से लड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पर्सनली हम नहीं लड़ रहे हैं। उनका आइडियोलॉजी अलग है, हमारा आइडियोलॉजी अलग है। सो इसमें क्लैश होने का बात ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हम ये पर्सनल अटैक्स में बिलीव नहीं करते हैं।
Moving on now, Odisha ruling party, the BJD, Biju Janata Dal, has announced candidates in the 9 of the 21 Lok Sabha seats of the state. Among the notable names is the list, in fact, is the name of BJD senior leader and organizational secretary Pranab Prakash Das, who takes on Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan in the Sambalpur seat, Also, hockey legend Dilip Ghosh has been fielded against former Union Minister Jewel Oram in Kendrapada. Anshuman Mohanty will take on Vaijant Jay Panda, who is the Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mohanty was a Congress MLA and has now recently joined the BJD last month itself.
Aji Biju Janata Dal ro pratham list घोषणा करुछि एवं अपन मानन करो आशीर्वाद कामना करुछि.
Saurabh, from being friends, almost coming together in an alliance, now fighting the elections separately, the BJP and the BJD. BJD now announcing its list of candidates after the BJP. What are the important candidates and how does this list now, in fact, put the battlefield in perspective?
You know, it's a list of heavyweights, and in fact, if I can give you some of the constituencies where lists have been announced, it includes areas like Sambalpur. Now, Sambalpur is where Dharmendra Pradhan is contesting from, the Union Minister. Against him will be Pranab Prakash Das, or Bobby Das as he's known, the organizational secretary of the Biju Janata Dal, a powerful grassroots politician who's someone who's been associated with the party Biju Janata Dal for years. He, of course, takes on Dharmendra Pradhan. Then we have the very interesting contest taking place in Western Odisha in Sundargarh, where you have, Jewel Oram, former minister, also being fielded by the BJP, and their hockey legend, Dilip Tirke, takes him on in Sundargarh. Then you also have Jaipanda's old seat, Kendrapada. Now, in Jaipanda's old seat, Kendrapada, you have, Anshuman Mohanty, who's taking him on. So these are the big names, and the candidates for the big seats or big names apart from Puri also have been announced. And this is, of course, interesting given the fact that, like you said, it could have been an alliance. There were talks of an alliance, but things didn't work out. The BJD and the BJP will fight separately and fight against each other. And the BJD has announced its first list of candidates rather, for a few seats among the 21 Lok Sabha seats and also assembly seats as well. Naveen Patnaik himself has also announced his assembly constituency, Hinjli, where he will be contesting from. That's, of course, a given almost. But at the same time, several names now, of course, being announced. And this is interesting to watch because Odisha, like we said, things were moving very fast, and then they didn't move quite as fast. And then, of course, things fell apart as far as that talks of BJD-BJP alliance is concerned. But finally, the BJD, the Biju Janata Dal, led by Naveen Patnaik, announcing its first list of candidates.
Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Brought to you. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but like let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an
It was the last day of nominations for the first phase of the Lok Sabha election. Nitin Gadkari, the BJP heavyweight, has filed his nomination from the Nagpur constituency. Meanwhile, DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran has filed his papers from Chennai as well. Biju Janata Dal in Odisha has declared candidates for the 9 Lok Sabha seats. BJD has fielded Pranab Prakash Das against Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Tussle continues over Mumbai seat in Maha Vikas Agari. Congress versus Sena Uddhav Thackeray. War of words continue. Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam has hit out at the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. Prime Minister had called Bengal BJP candidate Amrita Roy. Roy is contesting against TMC heavyweight Mahua Moitra. Prime Minister said committed to uprooting corruption. Big jolt to the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. The only Aam Aadmi Party Lok Sabha MP from Punjab, Sushil Rinku, has joined the BJP. Now, resentment in Kolar constituency, the trouble for the Congress has only increased ahead of the Lok Sabha election. MLAs and MLCs from the Lok Sabha in this constituency, which fall under, in fact, the Lok Sabha constituency, have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law is given the ticket. 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs raised this, in fact, important demand and have met the Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha. Sitting Minister M.S. Sudhakar initially alleged that Congress High Command paid no heed to their demand, but later claimed they have been asked to wait for some time, and the High Command as well as the state leadership is in fact mulling over this entire matter. K.H. Muniappa is the Food and Civil Supplies Minister. His daughter Rupa Shashidhar is already an MLA.
I have all respects for the party high command, but here we want others to be given representation. So that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the high command to get the seat, so I thought we can. There's no point continuing, but rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
We have with us K.H. Muniappa, Karnataka Congress Minister. Sir, the resentment brewing in Kolar Congress. What is your statement for that?
Congress party is a big party. Naturally, these things will be happen. But unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met and we explained our problems and we appealed to them. I never lost in the election, only one time I lost. You give an opportunity, I will win the seat. I have got my own experience. And they also told, we want some people, they also proposed. Ultimately, we all, Ramesh Kumar, both the ministers, Bharati Suresh, Dr. Sudhakar, myself, and all MLAs, together we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the President of the PCC can take the decision. We abide by it. That
What
was
if-
the end. Thereafter, this is surprise development that takes place. On this issue, I don't want to say anything on this issue. I am the sincere and a disciplined soldier of the party. Whatever the decision the party will take, I will abide by it.
So, but also most of the rebel leaders have been stating that they will be waiting for a decision from the High Command.
Okay, thank you.
Suppose the High Command's
Thank you.
decision is not in your favor, sir.
Whatever they take decision, I will abide by it.
Meanwhile, as I was telling you earlier, there is a last day for the filing of the nomination for the first phase of elections. Nitin Gadkari, the heavyweight from the BJP, has filed his nomination from Nagpur. Meanwhile, Annamalai, the leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu, has also filed his nomination from Coimbatore. Dayanidhi Maran, in fact, senior leader of the DMK, has filed his papers from the Chennai constituency. My colleague Sam Daniel caught up with him. Listen in.
Joining us now, DMK's Chennai Central candidate and sitting MP, Mr. Dayanidhi Maran. Thank you very much for your time. You're seeking your fourth term. What would you call as your promises and your achievements?
See, the last 5 years, we have been with the people. We have been fighting for the rights of our state and also for the rights of the people who've been suppressed by this BJP government. And if you receive that throughout the 5 years, my participation in the parliament is to fight for the rights. And especially when they are trying to oppress and trying to fool the people that they have done something good the last 10 years. That has to be exposed. If you really see, in 2004, when Manmohan Singh government left, the GDP was 50 lakh crores for India. In 2004 when he came. When 2014 left, it was 100 lakh crores, the GDP. So technically every 10 years, the GDP should double. When Modi took over, it was 100 lakh crores. So in 2024, when Modi's 10 years ending, what should be the GDP? Should be 200 lakh crores. But you know what the GDP now is? 167 lakh crores. That means the Modi government has failed in the economic development of India. They are trying to fool us saying there's growth. There's no growth. So how is he going to explain this? How is Nirmala Sitharaman going to explain this? We are here with the people. Even during COVID times, the flood times, we were with the people. And the flood, we never expected this flood. The flood which happened once in 75 years. The Prime Minister didn't even come once to Chennai. He has come for other programs, inauguration programs. He comes and says, so I say, Vanakkam to Chennai, but he has no love for Tamil Nadu. Probably he can read good from the teleprompters, but he's not able to read the minds of hearts of people of Tamil Nadu.
That was DMK's Chennai Central candidate, sitting MP Dayanidhi Maran, talking to us after filing his nomination. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find the TV.
All right, important news coming in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. The Delhi High Court has refused at this moment to give any relief to Arvind Kejriwal and has issued notices to the Enforcement Directorate on Mr. Kejriwal's plea. The next date of hearing is on April 3rd. The ED, in fact, remember, had asked the High Court to give its time to respond by April 2nd, and High Court has taken that into consideration and given Enforcement Directorate time till April 2nd. And on 3rd, now there is going to be a hearing as far as this case is concerned. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, is seeking bail in this matter. Abhishek Manu Singhvi was representing him today in the High Court. Aishwarya, my colleague, is joining us with more details. No interim bail, no relief for Arvind Kejriwal. The Aam Aadmi Party would say it was on expected lines. The ED wanted time to reply. They have been given that, Aishwarya.
Well, certainly big setback by to Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, it is the Delhi High Court which has stated that there is no relief. In fact, it is the time that Enforcement Directorate was seeking to file a reply to the bail plea that Arvind Kejriwal had filed earlier, challenging his ED custody. Now, time has been granted to Enforcement Directorate till April 2nd, and the next hearing would be on April 3rd. It is court who has also issued notice to Kejriwal's main petition and listed it on April 3rd. In this particular order that has just come out from the Delhi High Court, the court has also observed that that it remains conscious of the fact that that to reach to a conclusion as to whether the petitioner herein entitled to immediate release or not, and this court will necessarily have to decide the issues raised in the main petition, as those issues are also seem to be arguments, as the petitioner clearly had stated that there should be interim relief to the petitioner. Remember, today, Ankit, it was time and again stated by S.V. Raju, who was appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, that the main petition that needs to be discussed, the thorough time had to be given. In fact, it was 3 weeks to 2 weeks at least time which was sought by the court, by Enforcement Directorate, to which now the court had decided that till April 2nd they should file a reply on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate as to why the bail should not be given. But the big update, Arvind Kejriwal has to remain in ED custody. Tomorrow is an all-important day when Enforcement Directorate will produce Arvind Kejriwal before the session close, because tomorrow is the day when the custody of Arvind Kejriwal is ending. They have been told by our sources from the Enforcement Directorate that further custody will be sought by Enforcement Directorate, and more interrogation, more confrontation needs to take place as far as the investigation is concerned. So, Arvind Kejriwal to remain behind bars in the ED custody as of now.
All right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details. In fact, meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, 17 names have now been released by the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray, which also includes 4 seats in Mumbai. Now, Sangli, which was under dispute with the Congress party, between the Sena and the Congress, it has now been taken by the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. Chandrahar Patil has been declared as a candidate. Till yesterday, Congress was keen on this seat and was considered Congress's stronghold. The Mumbai Northwest seat under a dispute between the Congress and the Sena, but it has now been taken, or at least had been declared by the Sena for Mr. Amol Kirtikar. Mumbai South Central, meanwhile, which the Congress wanted to fight on, the Shiv Sena has announced Anil Desai as its candidate. Now, Sanjay Patil is all set to contest from Mumbai's northeast, which again was a contention between the NCP, Sharad Pawar and Sena. Now, does this mean, ladies and gentlemen, that the Mahavikas Aghadi, because Prakash Ambedkar has also now, in fact, moved out. He has announced that he is going to fight the elections alone. He has also announced the name of 8 candidates from his political party. Does this mean that the fissures are too big right now in the opposition in Maharashtra to, in fact, find some sort of a bridge?
शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए. इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए. अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए, लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा.
उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांनी ज्या 2 जागावर उमेदवार घोषित केलेला आहे, थोडासा आघाडीचा धर्म जर पाडला असता तर नक्कीच आपल्याला त्याचा आनंद झाला असता. शेवट 3ही पक्ष मिळून अंतिम निर्णय घ्यायचा असतो आणि चर्चा संपली नाही, चर्चा सुरू आहे. अशा स्थितीमध्ये उमेदवार घोषित करणं हे थोडा आघाडी धर्माला निश्चितपणे थोडा गालबोट लावल्याच्या सारखं मला वाटतं. यावर त्यांनी जर पुनर्विचार केला तर सगळे 3ही पक्ष मिळून खुल्या मनाने या निवडणुका आपल्याला पार पाडता आल्या असत्या.
मुंबई में उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा की सीट 2014 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2019 में शिवसेना ने जीती, तो 2024 में यह तय हुआ कि महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के उम्मीदवार अमोल भैया कीर्तिकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे. आपके ऊपर अन्याय हो रहा है, यदि आपको टिकट नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से जाकर कहिए, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी पर दबाव बनाइए. न कि टेलीविजन में आकर आप दबाव बनाते हैं। और हम एक महाविकास आघाड़ी में हैं, आप एक ऐसे आरोप लगा सकते हैं कि हम मदद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे। पार्टी मदद करती है ना, पार्टी ने तय किया है कि यह संयुक्त उम्मीदवार है, और आप तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 7 दिन के अंदर मैं अपने विकल्प ओपन रखा हूं। इसका मतलब आपकी किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है। जब किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है, आपके विकल्प खुले हैं, तो आप उस तरफ जाइए, आपको शुभकामना है, लेकिन हमारे उम्मीदवार के प्रति नफरत फैलाने का काम न कीजिए।
We're slipping into a very short break at this moment. News and updates continue on the other side here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Brought to you by I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on my club.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny. मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीजें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस phone में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements.
In the run-up to the 2024 elections in our continuing series Hot Seat, let's talk today about the New Delhi constituency, Lok Sabha constituency in the national capital. The constituency which once saw Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani as their representatives, New Delhi this time sees a contest between Sobnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party and Bansuri Swaraj of the BJP. Remember, Bansuri Swaraj is Sushma Swaraj's daughter. This is her poll debut. A clash of two lawyers in the national capital. BJP's new face versus Aam Aadmi Party's three-time MLA and the old hat.
The big battle for the heart
heart of the national capital. The strategically important New Delhi constituency has seen stalwarts like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Lal Krishna Advani and Ajay Markan contest from it. It is the oldest seat in New Delhi. It houses the power corridors of India. A victory in New Delhi means a key to the seat of the world's largest democracy. The throne of power, the core of our republic, the thrust of Indian democracy. This iconic boulevard has seen it all, defining mandates, alliances rising to power, governments falling and prime ministers running the country from here, the center of New Delhi. One of the capital's 7 constituencies, New Delhi is home to over 14 lakh voters, including high-profile electors like the President, the Prime Minister, judges and senior leaders who form one of India's most educated electorates. It was in the late 1970s, when the Janata Party was on the rise, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee wrested the all-important seat from the Congress soon after the emergency. His closest confidant and India's former Deputy Prime Minister L.K. Advani contested from New Delhi soon after in 1989 during the peak of the Ram Mandir movement. From Ajay Markan in the early 2000s to Meenakshi Lekhi holding the fort for the BJP in the last decade, it has been a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress until Delhi's Aam Aadmi entered the fray. Despite Kejriwal's back-to-back electoral victories in the state and local polls, his party has yet to dent the BJP's prospects in the Lok Sabha. This time, it's a battle between lawyers. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are in alliance in Delhi, and New Delhi is being contested by the Aam Aadmi Party. From the AAP is a man who fought for the Anna Andolan in the courts, Supreme Court lawyer and a sitting MLA from New Delhi's Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti. The task is cut out for the party heavyweight to defend his boss in prison and broom up his party's tattered image in the run-up to the polls.
This time the election has a different color altogether. The way the election took place in 19 and 14, this time the reasons, the purpose, the focus is entirely different. The way BJP crushed opposition, the way they took away the rights of Delhi government, the way they tried to demolish the democratic fabric of the nation, all will be addressed in this election. So people of Delhi want accountability from central government. All these members of parliament of BJP in last 10 years, they did not say a word. When rights of people of Delhi were being snatched by central government, they did not say a word. BJP understands. Ajit Pawar, whom Honorable Prime Minister himself accused of 70,000 crores loot, he is in BJP. So BJP has a new washing machine. So now he is pure. Chhagan Bhujbal, who was jailed and remained in jail for 1 year on charges of corruption, he joined BJP. Now he is pure. You know, Suvendu Adhikari, Himanta Sharma, n number of people. So new washing machine in the market. BJP, which is to purify people, people do see कौन काम करता है, कौन नामदार है, कौन कामदार है.
In a radical political move, the BJP has unseated 6 of its 7 contentious sitting MPs from Delhi. From hate speech accused Parvesh Verma and Ramesh Biduri to the controversial MP Gautam Gambhir, the BJP's big Delhi leaders have all been dropped. From New Delhi, the BJP has fielded a fresh face. BJP veteran Sushma Swaraj's daughter, 40-year-old Bansuri Swaraj. A political debutante, Bansuri Swaraj is a lawyer like both her parents, boasting of an illustrious legal career.
There is no question of legacy.
I can tell you that the people of Delhi have unwavering faith in Modi ki guarantee. Whether it was abrogation of Article 370, whether it was construction of a grand Ram temple in Ayodhya ji, whether it was bringing 33% reservation in favor of women in both Vidhan Sabha and Parliament by passing of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. These are all promises which were enunciated in our manifesto, and they have been absolutely fulfilled. These are union elections. And therefore, I think the voter also, the perspective is broader. We're talking about women-led development of a Viksit Bharat. So, of course, my vision resonates with his.
The fact that most of the sitting BJP MPs were removed, how do you look at that? Do people here, you see, were sort of disillusioned by the MPs of your party, your predecessors?
No, not at all. Not at all. हमारी पार्टी में टिकट कटते नहीं हैं, टिकट मिलते हैं और हमारे यहाँ पद नहीं होते, दायित्व होते हैं.
Delhi has nearly 1.5 lakh first-time voters, and among them are thousands of young students in one of the country's biggest coaching hubs in New Delhi's Rajendra Nagar. In election season, this nerve center of UPSC aspirants is bustling with politics.
अगर हम कंट्री वाइड बात करेंगे तो इसमें नो डाउट जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट होते हैं, चूँकि ये लोकसभा का इलेक्शन है, उन्हीं के नाम पे वोटिंग होती है. लेकिन अगर आप मेरे व्यूब की बात करेंगे तो आप अपने कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और प्लस जो आपके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं रिगार्डिंग कंस्टिट्यूएंसी, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उस चीज़ को भी ध्यान में रख के वोटिंग करनी चाहिए. अब जैसे कि एज ए स्टूडेंट वी आर फेसिंग अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट.
पॉलिटिकल लीडर हर रोज़ मतलब पार्टियाँ बदल रहे हैं. जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कितनी पार्टियाँ, बड़ी बड़ी पार्टी के लीडर जो जैसे महाराष्ट्र में लीडर हो गए, राजस्थान में लीडर हो गए. मतलब ये कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एक लीडर की कुछ अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं बची है. वो एक इलेक्शन में इधर, एक इलेक्शन में उधर. आजकल जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बॉडी की जितना वो गरिमा गिरती जा रही है, जैसे वो एक सोसाइटी का जो सोसाइटी बन रही है रिलीजन के बेसिस पे या कास्ट के बेसिस पे, ये पिछले कुछ सालों में या 1-2 डेकेड में बढ़ा है अभी. क्योंकि अगर आज देखो, आज के टाइम में अगर कोई अपनी कोई बात रखना चाहता है, अगर कोई प्रोटेस्टर है या कोई और भी है, अगर वो अपनी बात रखता है तो उसे एज ए एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर दिया जाता है उसी टाइम. वो मेनली पार्लियामेंट में जो हो रहा है, पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग अगर हम भी देखते हैं तो पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग में अगर उसका वो देखे कि कितनी एफिशिएंसी है, वो एफिशिएंसी आ ही नहीं रही है.
I feel cleanliness is the first thing they should think about. I feel the streets are not very clean. All these dogs here, it's very scary. The cost of living is very high. Since I'm from Tamil Nadu, I see the cost of living is very high, almost double.
From deadly pollution to toxic landfills and the sanitation mess. Even as Delhi grapples with these long-standing issues, it is left without a chief minister. The arrest of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ahead of the big general elections has left the Aam Aadmi Party without its star campaigner and biggest face. The contest for the coveted New Delhi seat is a prestige battle, both for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP. Many political pundits say that the BJP, which has unseated 6 of its 7 sitting MPs here in Delhi, is nervous of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has defeated the BJP both in state elections as well as municipal polls. But these are national elections. Can the big message of brand Modi, national security and Vishwaguru trump local issues like sanitation and air pollution? That is a big question. In New Delhi with camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
Brought to you.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up this evening, but first, the headlines we're tracking this hour, including the big story breaking from New Delhi. No relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Delhi High Court refuses to grant bail. The Enforcement Directorate has been given to respond to the court notice by the 2nd of April. The next hearing on the 3rd of April. Another opposition leader in trouble with the Enforcement Directorate. An Enforcement Directorate case has now been filed against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter, Veena Vijayan. Money laundering case against her. The case over suspicious payments by a mineral firm to her IT company. A close shave at the Kolkata airport. A taxing Indigo aircraft grazes a static AI express plane. DGCA deosters the Indigo pilots. EC notices to Supriya Shrinate, Dilip Ghosh notices to crack the whip on personal attacks by politicians after Shrinate's remarks on Kangana Ranaut. Another jolt to the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. The party's lone Lok Sabha MP Sushil Rinku now shifts over to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Right now, the top focus this evening, story breaking right now from New Delhi. No relief for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal from the courts as he has not been granted bail. The Delhi High Court has now issued notices to the Enforcement Directorate and posted the case for the 3rd of April. The Enforcement Directorate is to respond by the 2nd of April to the court. Remember, the Delhi Chief Minister has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in that dramatic arrest in the liquor scam case. Joining me now with the latest, my colleague Aishwarya. Given the provisions of the punitive PMLA, Aishwarya, it wasn't a major surprise of not being granted bail. Obviously, they will have to wait for the Enforcement Directorate responses and the decision will be taken on the 3rd of April.
Well, certainly it was Delhi Chief Minister Arvind
Kejriwal
who reached out to the Delhi High Court to get some sort of relief.
Well. That's the case happened today in the Delhi High Court, where Arvind Kejriwal was trying to get some sort of relief, but after the intense hearing that took place in the Delhi High Court, Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal, stating that it is those accused who have been arrested earlier turned approver, and on those statements, it was Arvind Kejriwal, sitting Chief Minister, who was arrested. He went on to say in those hearings that that he was ready to give any sort of answers, to which it was Enforcement Directorate represented by SV Raju who stated that they need to file proper reply. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and other counsels representing Arvind Kejriwal had stood up for more than 2 hours, and they need at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks time to reply on the main petition filed by Arvind Kejriwal to grant bail when he was arrested earlier by the Enforcement Directorate, to which the court had come out with an order. Of course, April 2nd is the day where Enforcement Directorate has been given time to reply, and April 3, without any adjournments, the court will pass an order. So Arvind Kejriwal had to remain in the ED custody for another few days, as tomorrow is an all-important day where the custody of Arvind Kejriwal is ending, and Enforcement Directorate will be producing Arvind Kejriwal before the session court. Of course, the sources within the Enforcement Directorate clearly stating to us that the Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody of Arvind Kejriwal, and there would be more confrontations that needs to be done. So certainly a setback for Arvind Kejriwal, and he had to remain in ED custody at least till tomorrow and April 2nd.
That's right, Aishwarya. Obviously, we will keep coming back to you for more of the political reactions with the scenes outside the court. But as expected under the PMLA, when a case is there, obviously we will wait till the 3rd of April for the decision from the court. Thanks very much there, Aishwarya, for joining us. But also, an Enforcement Directorate case under the Punitive PMLA Act has been filed against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter Veena Vijayan and her IT company. This makes Veena Vijayan join the long list of opposition leaders, chief ministers of those or those linked to them facing an ED case. According to reports, the case pertains to an Income Tax Department investigation that alleged that a private company called Cochin Minerals and Rutile Limited made an illegal payment of rupees 1.72 crore to Veena Vijayan's IT company during 2018 to 2019. The Karnataka High Court had last month dismissed a plea filed by the Exalogic Solutions, which is the IT company, against the probe initiated by the Serious Frauds Investigations Office, or SFIO. My colleague Arpita joins me with the latest. Arpita, what details are you picking up about the case itself? And of course, it has been an ongoing case, and now that the ED has filed a case, and also the political reactions that you're picking up now.
Well, Veera, yes, rightly said, it is an ongoing case. The ongoing investigation is underway with SFIO. Now, this stems with the investigation that's done by Income Tax Department investigation, which says that a private company called Cochin's Minerals and Futile Limited has illegally made a payment of 1.72 crores rupees to Veena's company, Exalogic Solutions, which is based in Bengaluru. Now, they say that these payments were made between 2018 and 2019, and even though the private company did not render any services to Veena's company, Exalogic Solutions, these payments have been made, and that is the investigation that's happening right now. And SFIO is also conducting an investigation parallelly. Now, while we spoke to CPIM leaders, they said that it is just a political tactics that center is trying to do, and more than that, they haven't reacted yet.
Thanks very much there, Arpita. Joining me now, Dr. Balachandra Kango, for a quick reaction from the CPI, National Secretariat member of the CPI. Sir, quick reaction from you on this case and the case against the Chief Minister's daughter, Veena Vijayan.
So it is very obvious that all the government agencies are being misused by the government of India, and particularly during the election period, they have been arresting people indiscriminately and creating problems. They wanted to create some problems about the left in Kerala, They could not catch any of the leaders, and therefore now they are picking up the family members of the chief minister. And the timing is very interesting. It's a political vendetta and nothing else. That is my comment.
Right, that's your comment. Vineet Goenka, who is a political analyst, also someone who supports the BJP, also with us for the other side. Vineet, election season, an ED case against the chief minister's daughter. Obviously, you already have the ongoing controversy in New Delhi. Obviously, the opposition is going to really push back at the government as far as these cases are concerned.
Veera Raghav, Ram Ram to you, Ram Ram to my co-panelists and all the viewers who are watching me right now. Long ago, 2 decades back, when I used to watch movie and I used to hear one Hindi dialogue, कानून के हाथ बड़े लंबे होते हैं या फिर कानून के सामने सब समान होते हैं. I never used to believe that. I used to think that, these are only cinematic dialogues. But today when I see these high daughters of, chief ministers, both in the 2 states, been booked for their crimes, their activities which are illegal, unlawful, then the trust in the law has gone up. What has happened today, she has to answer. How did she receive this money in this account? Why has a mineral company paid this amount? How much is the amount? And whether it was an understanding or whether it was a transfer of bribe, which was done on behalf of her father. So there are a lot of questions which a common man like me would like to know. And if she is culprit, she should be booked. She should undergo the judiciary and also get justice from the judiciary.
All right, thanks very much there for joining us, both of you. Obviously, strong reactions from the opposition to this case. Veena Vijayan becoming the latest in a person linked to the opposition parties or a leader of the opposition facing an enforcement directorate case. From that face-off in Kerala, now to internal troubles and fraction wars in the Congress in Karnataka. 3 MLAs from the Kolar district, including the state's higher education minister, MC Sudhakar, and 2 MLCs today threatened to resign their posts after differences over the candidate for the Kolar parliamentary constituency. They were opposed to the decision to field 7-time MP KH Muniappa's son-in-law for the seat. Muniappa, a cabinet minister now, had lost the seat in 2019 and wanted to field his son-in-law for the seat. The dissenting MLAs argued that family members cannot be given a ticket and are backed by former Speaker Ramesh Kumar as well. Remember, Kolar, a prestige constituency for the Congress. Muniappa belongs to what's known as the SC left community, one of the communities that falls under the SC left category in Karnataka, and the opposition to the candidature of his son-in-law is from the SC right leaders in the constituency. There are 2 sections in Karnataka's SC communities. One is left and the other is right. The party bosses have stepped in to try and find a truce and asked the dissenting and rebel MLAs to hold off. They are looking for now a neutral candidate and expect to sort this between the 2 factions. This is a reminder, remember, that keeping factions together is a key challenge for the Congress in the state.
I have all respects for the party recommend, but here we want others to be given representation. So that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the High Command to get the seat, so I thought we can, there's no point continuing, but rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
We have with us KH Muniappa, Karnataka Congress Minister. Sir, the resentment brewing in Kolar Congress. What is your statement for that?
Congress party is a big party. Naturally, these things will be happen. But unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met and we explained our problems and we appealed to them. I never lost in the election, only one time I lost. You give an opportunity, I will win the seat. I have got my own experience. And they also told, we want some people, they also proposed. Ultimately, we all, Ramesh Kumar, both the ministers, Bharati Suresh, Dr. Sudhakar, myself, and all MLAs, together we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the President of the PCC can take the decision. We abide by it. That was the end. Thereafter, this is surprise development that takes place. On this issue, I don't want to say anything on this issue. I am the sincere and a disciplined soldier of the party. Whatever the decision the party will take, I will abide by it.
So, but also most of the rebel leaders have been stating that they will be waiting for a decision from the High Command.
Okay, thank you.
Suppose the High Command's
Thank
decision is not in your favor, sir.
Whatever they take decision, I will abide by it.
Looks like everyone wants to strike gold at Kolar. Remember, the JDS and BJP had trouble over sharing that seat. Now there is a question within the Congress. Joining me now, Professor Sandeep Shastri, sir. While we've discussed the BJP-JDS friction at the grassroots for the Congress, a critical challenge would be to keep its factions together, especially in seats like Kolar in the old Mysore region, where it does have a large pool of grassroots leaders in contention for power.
Veera, there is clearly a bandwagon effect in Karnataka, and the Congress does not want to be left behind in demonstrating its factionalism. And yes, this is clearly a problem for the Congress also. A seat which they lost after many elections last time. Now, in their effort to regain it, there are groups in Kolar within the Congress which are fighting for their space. So I think the advantage is clearly going to be the one who is able to manage their contradictions more effectively. This has been the bane of the Congress. This has been the bane of the BJP. The challenge is within. So I think this election is going to see who is best at conflict management within their parties.
Who is best at conflict management? In a sense, in seats like Kolar or others in the old Mysore region, and I'm specifically talking about the Congress, which the party lost in 2019, the scale of victory for the party in the assembly polls also brings with it a flip side. A lot of powerful local leaders got a huge boost in 2023, and friction between them is something the party needs to negate. Plus, of course, factions from the JDS which may want to migrate towards the Congress.
You're perfectly right, Veera. 3 points on that. One, it is about local level unity in the constituency. Do faction leaders come together to get their candidate to win, or do faction leaders use the opportunity to get their rival to lose? Secondly, are the state level Congress leaders united in terms of not wanting to nullify the candidates of each other? And finally, are they able to get their message about the 5 guarantees and the perception of the people on the 5 guarantees on the ground? So I think these are the 3 critical points which the Congress will have to look at if they want to really make a fight of this election.
Right, thanks very much, Professor Sandeep Shastri there. Well, we shift focus now to Andhra Pradesh, where like anywhere else in an alliance, seat sharing and candidate selection has been a challenge for the TDP, Janasena, BJP alliance in the state. Recently, a TDP candidate broke into tears in public after the Tirupati seat was given to the JSP, and a JSP aspirant in Vijayawada West is on a protest demanding a ticket. While these troubles were expected, the key question before the alliance is, can it ensure transfer of votes from one party to the other and work closely and cohesively on the ground? The BJP, remember, is a marginal player with less than 1% vote share and has been given 6 Lok Sabha seats and 10 of the 175 assembly seats in the state. Key questions include if the TDP vote effectively will transfer to the BJP and how the caste vote of the TDP, which is the Kamma vote, and the Janasena's Kapu vote will unite at the grassroots. Before we put that question to our expert panel this evening, my colleague Uma Sudhir posed this specific question to BJP's Anakapalli candidate CM Ramesh, who was once a TDP Rajya Sabha MP. This is what he had to say.
One of the fiercest and most interesting battles in the 2024 elections is going to be in Andhra Pradesh, where assembly as well as parliament elections will happen. And if Mr. Pawan Kalyan of Janasena is been publicly taking credit for the alliance between the Telugu Desam, Janasena and the BJP. Another man credited with this is Mr. CM Ramesh, who has been twice Rajya Sabha MP elected from the Telugu Desam, but subsequently you joined the BJP in 2019. Yes. How is the alliance working on the ground? Because the reports that we are getting is that the transfer of votes is very tough to happen because people have their own loyalties, their own wanting their own leaders to be elected, and is the BJP largely depending on the vote transfer from both the Telugu Desam and the Janasena supporters?
No, he's already proven alliance. Last 2014 election, it has happened. 111 seats has come for this Kutami. Even Janasena was not contested. This time Janasena is contesting. It is a plus to us.
Well, how is it going to work out on the ground? Joining me this evening, Uma Sudhir, as well as senior journalist Pulla Rao. First to you, Mr. Rao. In a sense, this alliance to work needs to have vote transfer from one side to the other. The TDP-BJP had experimented before in 2014. How do you see it playing out on the ground now in 2024?
2014, it was a new state, and there was a lot of confusion. And Chandrababu Naidu is a senior figure, he was able to take advantage of it. Now it's 2024, 10 years have passed. Chandrababu Naidu is out of power, the Janasena is now with them, and BJP, after a gap of 5 years, has come again. So in effect, it's a new experiment. There half the voters in Andhra Pradesh are 35% are new voters as compared to 2014. There are a lot of new factors. Jagan Mohan Reddy is on power. So while it's a good thing to be optimistic about vote transfer, we have to see how it plays out. In fact, in Andhra Pradesh, the election is sometime in May 13th or something, so there's ample time. They've selected candidates. Sometimes things settle down, sometimes there's now enough time to flare up. And there's a lot of disappointment in the alliance, the Janasena, TDP and BJP. The BJP, as you mentioned, had only 1% vote share, yet they got 6 MPs and 10 MLAs, and there's a lot of heartburn there. As far as Janasena, it was expected they would contest 40-50 seats, but he came down to barely 20 seats. So that has also caused a kind of, there is a very, there is asymmetry there, that the population is large Kapu population, yet they got very few seats. And TDP has resorted to all the old faces. So I would say, at the moment, things are very unclear. They have to settle down, we have to see how it goes. But one thing, the BJP, though has only 1%,
you are saying,
thanks to the prestige of Narendra Modi, they managed to get a large number of MP seats and good seats. So, but yet, things have not yet settled down.
Okay, as you make that point, you're saying it's not clear. Uma, what would you believe is the critical challenge? You met somebody like CM Ramesh, who was once a TDP leader, who's now a BJP candidate. Is it the transfer of votes from the TDP to the BJP which would be essential for the BJP? Or is it the transfer of votes from the JSP to the TDP which is absolutely essential for the TDP in the assembly segments?
Both are true, Veera. What Mr. Pulara was pointing out, 2014 on which they are banking is very different from 2024, and that's exactly what I had asked CM Ramesh as the next question, saying that you cannot bank on what happened in 2014 when it was in fact a new state. Coming back to the alliance, I must point out 3 things. For the BJP, of course, it is in a sweet spot. Otherwise, they got less than 1% of the vote in the 2019 election, and now if the TDP and the Janasena vote were to transfer, they can actually end up with some assembly seats, end up with some parliament seats as well if the vote transfer actually happens, because on their own they may not be able to win any seats, and that any political analyst will tell you. What you are referring to in the link, talking about the Tirupati Assembly candidate Sugunamma, who has in fact been an MLA from Tirupati Assembly, now expressing unhappiness and saying that perhaps she will not be able to work for a Varaprasad, who in fact came from the YSRCP just the day he was announced as the candidate. Not even 24 hours had lapsed. Until then, they had been attacking him as the opposition, as the ruling party candidate, and now they have to work for him. So how is that chemistry going to work on the ground? That's something that remains to be seen. Second, if Janasena and Pawan Kalyan say that it is because of them that they got alliance, yet there is a lot of disappointment in the Janasena camp that the number of seats allotted to them in terms of assembly as well as parliament both have come down, and therefore whether they will continue to work for these leaders who have been now announced as candidates, or there will be some kind of a split of the votes, that is something that we will have to only wait and watch. Two factors in that: one, yes, there is at least 6 weeks that are left for them to work out this alliance, and therefore things may settle down. And second thing is, of course, that they will able to realize that this is actually a do or die battle for Chandrababu Naidu. He knows that even though he may not get political strength in that sense directly from the BJP on the ground, but he knows that their blessings are
as you're
required
making that
for
point,
him to form the government or
I'm
to be
sorry
able
to
to have
cut
a
in, Uma,
smooth...
but very quickly, what do you think is possibly a larger challenge in terms of the minority vote as well? Is there a fear that the minority vote could alienate this alliance, and would that be something that the alliance is concerned about? Quickly on that.
Certainly they are worried about the minority vote. That is something that's been for the last, let's say, 20 years. This talk has been there that where the BJP will be there, the minorities may not vote for the BJP, of course, or the alliance that supports the BJP. That is a talk which the BJP has been countering, giving examples from Uttar Pradesh and elsewhere, saying that that's not what will happen. But I think that is part of their calculation already, because the presumption is that the SC, ST, minority and the BC vote may go largely to the YSRCP, and yet it is the other consolidation that they are hoping, the urban voters, the talk of no development, no jobs. That is the narrative that the alliance is building. And like CM Ramesh told us in the interview, the fact that you are someone who are part of the NDA will bring you development from the center, will bring you funds from the center. That's the dream that's being sold, even as they are saying that they're going to go back to Amaravati as the capital if the Chandrababu Naidu alliance comes to power. Back to you.
Right. Remember, this is going to be a crucial election, both an assembly election and simultaneously a Lok Sabha polls. That's all we have time for on this conversation, but we'll keep this going and our focus on Andhra Pradesh as well. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स अ हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी कितनी रेटिंग है। तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है। It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Today we will talk about the work that women do, the work for which they don't get paid for, the work that doesn't often get counted as labor. As per a United Nations report, 75% of the world's unpaid care and domestic work is done by women. The care economy refers to paid and unpaid care, work which is by itself a crucial component of any welfare state. It includes activities such as caring for children, making sure they are mentally and physically fine, caring for the elderly, the sick, etc., which is all largely seen as women's job and responsibility. Presently, India's public spending on the care economy is less than 1% of the GDP, relatively low in comparison with other nations. Now, the Federation of Indian Chambers and Commerce and Industry, ladies' organization FICCI Flow, has come up with a comprehensive roadmap for reforms to the nation's care economy. The initiative promises to generate over 11 million jobs, with women poised to claim 70% of these opportunities. This is huge. But to enable this, what kind of clarity in policy do we need? What exactly is the measure of a working woman? Do we need to actively change what a working woman is in terms of language and connotation? And why is it important to invest in a growing care economy? That's what we discuss tonight. Joining me is Mithali Nikore, Chief Economist and founder of Nikore Associates, and also Sanchita Mukherjee, business economist, who's also the managing partner of Talk the Walk. Going across to Sanchita, to you first. Thank you so much for joining us. There's, of course, a certain invisibility that is attached to care work. Now, that for years has affected skills and confidence of women. Tell us, why is it important for India to recognize and invest in care work?
Thank you so much for having me over. And yes, this is an amazing report that FICCI Flow has come up with, and it's the need of the hour, in my opinion, because the care industry, or even the domestic help that we employ in a house, largely is in the unorganized sector. It's known as the unpaid care economy. They are not acknowledged or validated. They do not fall in the tax bracket. It's not formal. They do not have any EPF solution for them. So it's very, very important that this large sector, which is the care industry, which also includes domestic helps, care for the elderly, care for child care for the disabled, come as a formal sector in the economy. A lot can be done in terms of incentivizing the citizenry of India for tax benefits. If you employ domestic workers, that will bring them in the bracket of having tax incentives to employ such people. And what you just rightfully mentioned, if we were to compare ourselves with other nations, there's so much that has been done from, say, United Kingdom, Singapore, New Zealand, South Korea, United States of America, Germany. They have different trainings and incentive model in which they have actually looked at the care economy into bringing it in under complete formalization, so that a lot of women actually can participate in the labor force and come under the formal umbrella of India.
Right. Ms. Nikore, women's unpaid work, like Sanchita was also explaining, it is a vital role, it plays a vital role in the economy. It's responsible for 77.5% of the nation's GDP, according to this SBI report. In other words, women are not only shouldering the, burden of domestic work, but they're also boosting the GDP. But in official logs, they're not working. So, in fact, the FICCI report, I was looking at it, and it says that investments in care economy can bridge gender gaps in the labour force participation, something that all of us have been worried about. But what kind of public and private investments are important here?
So first of all, thanks a lot for having me. As you would be aware, I am the lead author of the FICCI report, and Nikore Associates has been working for a very long time with FICCI, as well as with the Ministry of Women and Child Development, and we are also working with CII, to come up with the strategies for the care economy in India. So we are advising a number of, organizations at this point on how to formulate a strategy for mobilizing investments in the care economy. So first, I just want to cite 2 or 3 numbers from our report, which has just come out, FICCI Flow and Nikore Associates together, which talks about the fact that if you look at the gender gaps in the care economy, we are valuing these gender gaps and women's unpaid work at about 15 to 17% of GDP. And we are doing that by taking a notional value, the amount of time that women are spending on unpaid care work on an average, which is approximately 5.6 hours every day, multiplying that with the minimum wage as per the periodic labor force participation data. And that's how we've come up with our estimate of, women's unpaid work being 15% of GDP. Now, what I would like to really point out is that this is even larger than the overall economic contribution of sectors like manufacturing, which sit at about 13-14% of GDP. So this is the kind of potential that the care economy represents for the overall GDP of India, that if we were to bring in private sector investment, if we were to bring in public-private partnerships into, services like childcare, into services like elderly care, we would be able to generate millions of jobs, which would then almost 70% of which would go to women.
Right. Sanchita, taking off from what Mitali is saying, what are the practical and workable solutions that we can think of to get more women in the workforce? Now, the report does talk about flexible work options, leave policies that are gender sensitive. There are also workshops for awareness, but creches are also there. But what are the large solutions that we could be thinking of?
Yes, and I think the very vital point that Mitali just mentioned would be the data collection itself. We really, as an economy, as a country, lack the data of this particular informal sector, which can be a huge employment generator throughout pan-India. So collecting data on the care sector, including the number of caregivers, what are their genders, their working conditions, what kind of facilities can they avail in terms of, do they come under the EPFO? Most likely not. The demand for caregiving services, what is the demand? Because we also have a certain section of the population which is aging, along with a certain section of the population who are giving birth to babies, right? So what is the demand over there? And how do we formalize and improve this sector? What can be the private-public infrastructure model that can be developed we have actually made huge strides as an economy. If you talk about defense manufacturing, if you talk about tourism, if you talk about PIL, China Plus One, all of these options, I think it's fabulous that we are now talking about caregiving industry as a formal industry recognition and bringing it under the fold of a formal sector within the industry.
Mithali, taking off from this aging population, and that's something I wanted you to talk about, as India's TFR also is stabilizing, we feel like, like many other nations, we could also be facing the challenge of becoming a country of aging population. Of course, that is after some years. But how do we prepare for the care economy and the requirements for elderly in the coming years?
Thanks a lot, Siddharth. I completely agree with you. Today, the elderly are about 10% of our population. By 2050, UNFPA projects that it will be double. It will be 20% of the population. And if we look at the experience of countries in East Asia, many of them actually did not invest in elderly care facilities. Many of them did not think that, the elderly care would become such a big challenge. And today, they are experiencing declining female labor force participation rates because of the pressure of elderly care work. So I think what we have found in our consultations and what we also recommend in the report is to look at multi-generational care facilities where you have elderly persons working with childcare workers, and their mental health is also then taken care of when they are playing with children, working with children, and at the same time they are also taken care of by these care workers. So this is one of our biggest sort of ideas that we've given in both this report as well as which has been accepted by the Ministry of Women and Child Development as well, which talks about the fact that let's have more and more multi-generational care facilities which are community led, which are managed by community-led organizations, community-based organizations, and they give a chance for the elderly not only to feel, they feel useful in a sense to work with children.
Right. Sanchita, there's another thing that the report talks about, which is the dignified jobs for caregivers. At construction sites, there is a Harvard report that talks about children playing in the shadow of equipment and also in pollution. How important is universal childcare and also this whole concept and implementation of dignified employment for caregivers?
Oh, 100%. I'm so glad, Vasudha, that you spoke about it. I'll give you a small example. For example, South Korea has actually implemented policies as a country to recognize and reward caregivers, including financial incentives and public recognition programs. I mean, that's the level they operate in. Similar with Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries, Finland, all of that, if you see, for them, this is a very, very big component of their industry. And when we are talking about India growing, for example, we're all aware, real estate, it's a huge employment generator. So hand in hand, say with affordable housing, what stops us from making senior care assisted living a part and parcel of the real estate program, which is sweeping the country like a revolution in today's date, right? So we could look at assisted living, wherein the dignity of the labor automatically comes in with these programs.
Mithali, that's very interesting. The report also talks about gender-neutral parental leave and flexible work options. Now, one would ask, how will this help unless there is change in society from within on especially on how men see their own roles vis-a-vis women's roles in society?
So I completely agree with you, Vasudha. And I think, Vasudha, if you've been following, I think since 2017 till today, I have spent the last almost decade arguing against the Maternity Benefit Act as it stands currently, because we are seeing evidence when we talk to women and even when we talk to employers on both sides that, there is a certain amount of cost that is associated with, offering a 6-month maternity leave, which employers are also, they are also kind of not benefiting that much from it, and neither are women. But we have to move towards a scenario where, like many of the G20 countries, we start to have more and more, first of all, paternity leave, to start with paternity leave, and then move towards a situation where we say, maternity and paternity, it doesn't matter. you are a parent, you could be of any gender, you could be male, you could be female, you could be of another gender, and you are entitled to a parental leave regardless of your gender.
Right.
And also, as a couple, you should be able to decide between yourselves, the way it's done in Sweden or the way it's done in Finland, that how do you split that leave between yourselves? And the best way to do that is to create role models and to actually talk about the men who are taking this gender neutral parental leave.
Right.
And I think I would look to influencers, I would look to, even film stars, Bollywood stars across the country, Indian film industry, and say, why don't you talk about the fact that you took parental leave? I mean, someone like Ranbir Kapoor is a great example.
Yes.
He took paternity leave for 3 months.
Yes.
So we
there
should
is
talk
a
about
section of women, I remember, when I was taking my maternity leave, and they would say, what is the need for paternity leave? Because husbands would sit at home and keep asking for tea, and we don't want that. Sanchita, would you like to add to this, going to influencers, setting role models, and helping women also counter this internalizing that they do, that, childcare is all my responsibility?
100%. In fact, I would just like to add on to the fact that, look, even as a country, as an economy, we're extremely diverse and quite big if one were to compare us with Nordic or Scandinavian countries, all of that. So that's a challenge. What actually can be done by the public-private investment reforms, what Ficky Flo is suggesting, a large reform sweep, is to break it down into more granular sections. Let's understand what are the maternal and paternal leaves, say when it comes to very, very small businesses, micro businesses, then small businesses, then mid-cap businesses. What are the maternal and paternal rules when it comes to MNCs, large businesses? What actually happens in the informal sector? Things like that. So India is so diverse, it's very, very difficult to make a one law, one shoe fits all kind of an approach when it comes to gender neutral paternal, maternal leaves. One has to go sector by sector, and in fact has to look at a turnover of, in fact, a lot of these grievances happen in the very, very micro companies where none of these are actually followed in letter or spirit. So one has to understand that and then make suggestions based on strata.
Right. Thank you, Sanchita. Thank you, Mitali, for joining us on this discussion. The bottom line remains it's important that women's work gets counted appropriately and supported fairly, because often all women work, but not all of them get paid. Moving on to some politics and the biggest political developments of today. NDTV's election journey has reached the New Delhi Lok Sabha constituency. In fact, NDTV's Vedant Agarwal and my colleague has a ground report from New Delhi. Let's watch that.
Battle for the heart of the national capital. The strategically important New Delhi constituency has seen stalwarts like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Lal Krishna Advani and Ajay Makan contest from it. It is the oldest seat in New Delhi. It houses the power corridors of India. A victory in New Delhi means a key to the seat of the world's largest democracy. The throne of power, the core of our republic, the thrust of Indian democracy. This iconic boulevard has seen it all, defining mandates, alliances rising to power, governments falling, and prime ministers running the country from here, the center of New Delhi. One of the capital's 7 constituencies, New Delhi is home to over 14 lakh voters, including high-profile electors like the President, the Prime Minister, judges and senior leaders who form one of India's most educated electorates. It was in the late 1970s, when the Janata Party was on the rise, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee wrested the all-important seat from the Congress soon after the emergency. His closest confidant and India's former Deputy Prime Minister L.K. Advani contested from New Delhi soon after in 1989 during the peak of the Ram Mandir movement. From Ajay Makan in the early 2000s to Meenakshi Lekhi holding the fort for the BJP in the last decade, it has been a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress until Delhi's Aam Aadmi entered the fray. Despite Kejriwal's back-to-back electoral victories in the state and local polls, his party is yet to dent the BJP's prospects in the Lok Sabha. This time, it's a battle between lawyers. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are in alliance in Delhi, and New Delhi is being contested by the Aam Aadmi Party. From the AAP is a man who fought for the Anna Andolan in the courts, Supreme Court lawyer and a sitting MLA from New Delhi's Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti. The task is cut out for the party heavyweight to defend his boss in prison and groom up his party's tattered image in the run-up to the polls.
This time the election has a different color altogether. The way the election took place in 19 and 14, this time the reasons, the purpose, the focus is entirely different. The way BJP crushed opposition, the way they took away the rights of Delhi government, the way they tried to demolish the democratic fabric of the nation, all will be addressed in this election. So people of Delhi want accountability from central government. All these members of parliament of BJP in last 10 years, they did not say a word. When rights of people of Delhi were being snatched by central government, they did not say a word. BJP understands. Ajit Pawar, whom Honorable Prime Minister himself accused of 70,000 crores loot, he is in BJP. So BJP has a new washing machine. So now he is pure. Chhagan Bhujbal, who was jailed and remained in jail for 1 year on charges of corruption, he joined BJP. Now he is pure. You know, Suvendu Adhikari, Himanta Sharma, n number of people. So new washing machine in the market. BJP, which is to purify people, people do see कौन काम करता है, कौन नामदार है, कौन कामदार है.
In a radical political move, the BJP has unseated 6 of its 7 contentious sitting MPs from Delhi. From hate speech accused Parvesh Verma and Ramesh Biduri to the controversial MP Gautam Gambhir, the BJP's big Delhi leaders have all been dropped. From New Delhi, the BJP has fielded a fresh face. BJP veteran Sushma Swaraj's daughter, 40-year-old Bansuri Swaraj. A political debutante, Bansuri Swaraj is a lawyer like both her parents, boasting of an illustrious legal career.
There is no question of legacy. I can tell you that the people of Delhi have unwavering faith in Modi ki guarantee. Whether it was abrogation of Article 370, whether it was construction of a grand Ram temple in Ayodhya ji, whether it was bringing 33% reservation in favor of women in both Vidhan Sabha and Parliament by passing of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. These are all promises which were enunciated in our manifesto, and they have been absolutely fulfilled. These are union elections. And therefore, I think the voter also, the perspective is broader. We're talking about women-led development of a Viksit Bharat. So, of course, my vision resonates with his.
The fact that most of the sitting BJP MPs were removed, how do you look at that? Do people here, you see, were sort of disillusioned by the MPs of your party, your predecessors?
No, not at all. Not at all. हमारी पार्टी में टिकट कटते नहीं हैं, टिकट मिलते हैं और हमारे यहाँ पद नहीं होते, दायित्व होते हैं.
Delhi has nearly 1.5 lakh first-time voters, and among them are thousands of young students in one of the country's biggest coaching hubs in New Delhi's Rajendra Nagar. In election season, this nerve center of UPSC aspirants is bustling with politics.
अगर हम कंट्री वाइड बात करेंगे तो इसमें नो डाउट जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट होते हैं, चूँकि ये लोकसभा का इलेक्शन है, उन्हीं के नाम पे वोटिंग होती है. लेकिन अगर आप मेरे व्यू की बात करेंगे तो आप अपने कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और प्लस जो आपके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं रिगार्डिंग कंस्टिट्यूएंसी, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, उस चीज़ को भी ध्यान में रख के वोटिंग करनी चाहिए. अब जैसे कि एज ए स्टूडेंट वी आर फेसिंग अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट.
पॉलिटिकल लीडर हर रोज़ मतलब पार्टियाँ बदल रहे हैं. जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कितनी पार्टियाँ, बड़ी बड़ी पार्टी के लीडर जो जैसे महाराष्ट्र में लीडर हो गए, राजस्थान में लीडर हो गए. मतलब ये कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एक लीडर की कुछ अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं बची है. वो एक इलेक्शन में इधर, एक इलेक्शन में उधर. आजकल जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बॉडी की जितना वो गरिमा गिरती जा रही है, तो एक सोसाइटी का जो सोसाइटी बन रही है रिलीजन के बेसिस पे या कास्ट के बेसिस पे, ये पिछले कुछ सालों में या 1-2 डेकेड में बढ़ा है. अभी क्योंकि अगर आज देखो आज के टाइम में अगर कोई अपनी कोई बात रखना चाहता है, कोई प्रोटेस्टर है या कोई और भी है, अगर वो अपनी बात रखता है तो उसे एज ए एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर दिया जाता है उसी टाइम। वो मेनली पार्लियामेंट में जो हो रहा है, पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग अगर हम भी देखते हैं तो पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग में अगर उसका वो देखे कि कितनी एफिशिएंसी है, वो एफिशिएंसी आ ही नहीं रही है।
I feel cleanliness is the first thing they should think about. I feel the streets are not very clean. All these dogs here, it's very scary. The cost of living is very high. Since I'm from Tamil Nadu, I see the cost of living is very high, almost double.
From deadly pollution to toxic landfills and the sanitation mess. Even as Delhi grapples with these long-standing issues, it is left without a chief minister. The arrest of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ahead of the big general elections has left the Aam Aadmi Party without its star campaigner and biggest face. The contest for the coveted New Delhi seat is a prestige battle, both for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP. Many political pundits say that the BJP, which has unseated 6 of its 7 sitting MPs here in Delhi, is nervous of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has defeated the BJP both in state elections as well as municipal polls. But these are national elections. Can the big message of Brand Modi, national security and Vishwa Guru trump local issues like sanitation and air pollution? That is a big question. In New Delhi with camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille, and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here. And then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the D pillar. And the most interesting part of the rear are these OLED tail lamps. These are second generation digital LED tail lamps with 6 OLED panels. These light up to make various patterns, and each panel has 60 individual elements that can light up with varying intensity, giving it a 3D effect. The charging point is available on either side of the car. On the driver's side, you have the AC and DC charging point, and on the passenger side, you just have the AC charging point. On that note, let me tell you also all about the charging of this car.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. It's 8 p.m. on the clock. It's time for the news on NDTV. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continues his personal calls to BJP candidate. Prime Minister now calls Mahua Moitra's opponent in West Bengal. BJP candidate Amrita Roy spoke to the Prime Minister, said never imagined he would call. TMC says faces have changed, feudalism continues. No relief to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. High Court refuses to give interim relief. Arvind Kejriwal to stay with the Enforcement Directorate as of now. Next hearing on the matter on April 3rd. India reacts strongly to United States' remark on Kejriwal's arrest. Summons US Deputy Chief of Mission has 40-minute meeting. US had urged transparent, fair and legal process for Delhi Chief Minister. Election Commission of India sends notices to Motormouth Netas. Poll panel notices to Congress, Supriya Shrinate and BJP's Dilip Ghosh. Notice to Shrinate over vulgar comment on Kangana Ranaut, and to Dilip Ghosh on crass comment on Mamata Banerjee. Enforcement Directorate heat now on Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter. Money laundering case against Chief Minister's daughter registered. The Maha headache for the MBA alliance in Maharashtra continues. Uddhav Thackeray names candidates for disputed seats. Congress upset. Sanjay Rupam urges Congress leadership to intervene or quit alliance. The top focus, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continues with his phone calls to BJP women candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Today, Prime Minister spoke to Amrita Roy, a member of the erstwhile royalty and BJP's Krishnanagar Lok Sabha candidate. She's fighting the election against Trinamool Congress's firebrand Mamata Banerjee. During the conversation, the Prime Minister said the BJP was committed to uprooting corruption in the country.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंद जी की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है। अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे।
वो तो बिल्कुल ही अलग सा अनुभव है, वो हम एक्सप्रेस कर नहीं सकते, क्योंकि इतने बड़े नेता के पास से फोन आना तो हमका कल्पना में भी नहीं थे। ये एक आशीर्वाद है मेरे लिए। ये तो हम एक आइडियोलॉजी के हिसाब से लड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पर्सनली हम नहीं लड़ रहे। उनका आइडियोलॉजी अलग है, हमारा आइडियोलॉजी अलग है। सो इसमें क्लैश होने का बात ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हम ये पर्सनल अटैक्स में बिलीव नहीं करते हैं।
संदेश खाली से भी हमारी बहनों ने, बेटियों ने वो आवाज़ उठाई जो एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री और उसके ऐसे शासन के खिलाफ थी जहां शासन चरमरा गया है, कुप्रबंधन है, भ्रष्टाचार है। संरक्षण उन लोगों को है जो बहन बेटियों के साथ बलात्कार अत्याचार करते हैं, और एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी उस राज्य की महिलाओं को संरक्षण नहीं दे पाई, बल्कि संरक्षण दिया है तो भ्रष्टाचारियों को, बलात्कारियों को।
Meanwhile, the TMC has reacted to this phone call of the Prime Minister and has in a tweet said, history repeats itself. 1757, Maharaja Krishna Chandra conspired with Mir Jafar, Jagat Seth and Umi Chand and sold himself out to the British like a spineless traitor. 2024, Rajmata Amrita Roy, his family member, has shamelessly embraced the Bangla Birodhi BJP, sealing a pact to once again deceive the people of Bengal. The faces may have changed, but their zamindari still persists. Reject these treacherous Bangla Birodhi in the upcoming elections, is what the TMC has said. Sticking with the 2024 for upcoming Lok Sabha elections, Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has launched the YRCP election campaign in Andhra Pradesh today. The YSRCP Yatra would cover all constituencies across the state over the next 21 days. The Chief Minister's massive statewide bus yatra is labelled Mamata Siddham. He would in fact start this yatra from Idupulia in the Pulavendu. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is joining us with more details on this. Uma, you know, the battleground now heating up. On one side is the TDP, BJP, Pawan Kalyan alliance, and now Jagan Mohan Reddy fighting for his place once again, not only in the state of Andhra Pradesh, but also in the Lok Sabha.
Yes, indeed. For Jagan Mohan Reddy, at one side, if you see, the only campaigner, the big campaigner in the YSRCP is Jagan Mohan Reddy. On the other side, you have a Chandrababu Naidu, you have a Pawan Kalyan, and you have the array of BJP leaders, including the Prime Minister, who has already been there once and is expected to be there at least 2 or 3 times more. There are about 45 days left. Jagan Mohan Reddy has to make the best use of the time, and therefore, after his Siddham meetings, he has started what are called the Memanta Siddham. What that means is we are all ready, and he is going to be taking this tour, as you mentioned, to 21-day tour is what has been announced as of now. In the first 3 days, he'll be covering the Kadapa district, Nandyal and Kurnool as well. And he started it, as you mentioned, from Idupalapaya. That's the resting place of YSR. And that controversy about his alleged involvement or his, relative, the candidate, Avinash Reddy, who's the candidate from Kadapa, MP candidate, his involvement in the murder of Mr. Vivekanand Reddy, the uncle of Jagan Mohan Reddy. That is something that Jagan sought to, in fact, address today with one bringing his mother also on the same platform and showing that she doesn't have any animosity towards him, because there has been a lot of narrative of his sister saying that the mother is backing the sister and not her son, and that's something that he put to rest by starting the campaign with her at Idupalapaya, and also addressed the issue of Avinash Reddy and his uncle's death.
Okay.
And he also spoke about the drug case, which has again been spoken of as something that the YSRCP is indulging in a drug selling in the state. That's what he sought to address. So what he's going to be doing through these days is travel in the bus and also address different segments, whether it's women, SC, ST, BC, and also those who are unhappy with his party, and trying to reach out to them and bring them on board with him on his campaign to fight the quite a frightening kind of an alliance for him of the TDP, BJP and the Janasena.
That's right, and also his sister, now a member of the Congress party, in fact trying to create that space for herself as well. Interesting times ahead for the politics of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you for joining us with all those details, Uma Sudhir. Moving on, now the Lok Sabha elections 2024. For the first phase, today was the last day of nomination. Big heavyweights, in fact, of all political parties who are contesting the first phase. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister, filed his nomination from Nagpur. BJP President of Tamil Nadu, Annamalai, filed his nomination from Coimbatore constituency. Meanwhile, DMK leader Dayanthi Maran filed his papers from Chennai as well. Coming back to the national capital, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal did not get any relief from the Delhi High Court today. Notices have been issued on his plea, the bail plea of Mr. Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate. The next date of hearing in this case is April 3rd. The Enforcement Directorate has been given time till April 2nd to file their response. Aishwarya, many in the Aam Aadmi Party would say that possibly Mr. Kejriwal and his family were not expecting some sort of an immediate relief. ED wanted time to reply. The process is going on.
Well, intense hearing took place today in the Delhi High Court. It was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who stood up for almost 2 hours representing Arvind Kejriwal. It was early, a few minutes, when it was requested by Abhishek Manu Singhvi that please hear me, because it was, first initial submissions made by SV Raju that they need at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks of time to reply on the main petition of Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea, and therefore the reason only after that the hearing should take place. Of course, the judge allowed Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and after almost 2 hours of intense submissions, it was stated by Mr. Singhvi that it is just because of those approvers who accused who turned approvers, on those behalf only Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested, and because the elections around the corner, it is the sitting chief minister who got arrested, who was never ever running. So clearly, as of now, after the order was passed, it was the Delhi High Court who stated that equal opportunity should be given, and Enforcement Directorate has all the rights to reply. Till April 2nd, the time had been given, and on 3rd of April, without any adjournments, the order will be passed on the bail hearing.
Right.
So clearly, for the next few days as well, Arvind Kejriwal has to remain in ED custody, but tomorrow being a very important day, he will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court.
Rouse Avenue Court is going to decide tomorrow who gets Arvind Kejriwal's custody, whether he's sent to judicial custody to Tihar prison. All those things, in fact, will be covered here on NDTV. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us. Moving on now, the government on Wednesday held a 40-minute meeting with United States Acting Deputy Chief of Mission Gloria Barbena, who was summoned to the External Affairs Ministry in Delhi South Block. Details of the meeting have not been released yet, but this comes a day after US State Department spokesperson said it is monitoring reports of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and called on New Delhi to ensure a fair and timely legal process for the jailed Aam Aadmi Party leader. The United States Department's comments came in turn days after Germany's Foreign Office also stressed that Mr. Kejriwal, like any other Indian citizen, is facing charges and is entitled to a fair and impartial trial.
India has strongly objected to what was said by the State Department spokesperson, and India has clearly said that this is not acceptable. They said that the US State Department has made certain comments about legal proceedings in India. They have not named Kejriwal, but they said that it is a legal proceeding, and in a diplomacy that the states should refrain from doing this. They have said they should be respectful of the sovereignty of another state, internal affairs of another state. Now, this is something which has come after one more comment which was made by the spokesperson of German Foreign Ministry. That time as well, the envoy here, the diplomat here, was summoned to the Foreign Ministry here, External Affairs Ministry here. Now, with 40 minutes meeting between US DCM, the Deputy Chief of Mission here, and the officials in South Block, it is quite clear that India is not ready to hear this kind of comments again and again. So this is a message not only to the US, for which it is the second time that this kind of thing has happened, because earlier there was a comment about CAA when India had reacted very strongly to it, saying that people who do not know about the culture and history of India shouldn't be talking about it. So this time the envoy was, US envoy was, the diplomat was summoned, a 40-minute meeting took place, and after that this statement has come out where India has also said that in India legal proceedings are free, fair and independent and committed to objective and timely outcomes, and casting aspersions on that is unwarranted. Now that is a message to other countries as well, that this kind of meddling or this kind of comments on internal affairs of India would not be welcome at all, and this is this objection has made it very clear for everyone else.
That was my colleague Kantamani Sharma, in fact, giving us a lowdown of what happened. Moving on, the Election Commission of India sent a notice to Congress leader Supriya Shrinate over a post on actor Kangana Ranaut. Remember, Ranaut is being declared as the 2024 Lok Sabha candidate for Himachal Pradesh's Mandi Lok Sabha constituency. The EC said the comments by Ms. Shrinate are prima facie violative of the Model Code of Conduct, and she is required to respond by March 29, 5 p.m. Election Commission has also issued notices to BJP MP and senior leader Dilip Ghosh of West Bengal over identify her father jibe at Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. Just to try and understand how this is playing out in both Himachal Pradesh and West Bengal, let me bring in my colleagues, Mohammad Ghazali, who is joining us at this moment to give us a perspective on Ms. Shrinate's remarks on Kangana Ranaut, and also Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us from Kolkata. Mohammad Ghazali, first of all, this has given Kangana Ranaut and the Bharatiya Janata Party a massive, sympathy factor in Mandi. How is it being played out as far as the politics is concerned in Himachal Pradesh?
See, the BJP has decided to exploit this issue or use it in the campaign against Congress party on multiple fronts. This is just not one sexist comment, which actually it is. But there are many other issues which the BJP is trying to fix or associate with this topic. One, Kangana Ranaut herself has said that perhaps this is an attack on the holy town of Mandi, which is perceived as mini Kashi by the Hindu devotees. So this is one issue on which the BJP is going to certainly target the Congress party on the issue of how Congress is perceived to be anti-Hindu, is what the allegation of BJP is. More than that, on the women's issue, even the Prime Minister is talking to most of the women candidates which has been fielded by the BJP in these elections. So somewhere on the issue of how both the parties treat their women candidates, and Congress will have to do a lot of explanation as far as the attack and BJP's counter will grow on this particular issue.
While the Bharatiya Janata Party, Saurabh, on Kangana Ranaut is aggressive, talking about this sexist remark, it's their own leader who has made a crass remark on the Chief Minister of West Bengal. How is that playing out as far as the politics of West Bengal is concerned?
Well, there are two aspects to this. One is, of course, Dilip Ghosh himself. He's known for caustic, controversial comments. He's also the man who's credited with bringing the Bharatiya Janata Party to 18 seats in the year 2019 when the BJP really jumped and improved its tally in West Bengal. But beyond that, the BJP has now sent Dilip Ghosh a notice, is what we've been given to understand. And that is because this strays from the line the BJP has been taking. An example, West Bengal, the BJP has been focusing on women's issues, and therefore attacking a woman chief minister in such terms goes directly against what the party is trying to do in West Bengal, that is to, play up the Sandesh Khali issue, take on the Mamata Banerjee government, the TMC government on issues like women's safety, etc. So it is a huge distraction for the party when it's trying to lodge a campaign around those lines. And Dilip Ghosh's comments is seen as an aberration from what the party has been saying, and therefore they've sent him a notice, and the Election Commission also has sent him a notice. But Dilip Ghosh is someone who, over the last few months, many have felt has already been sidelined in the party. Right. For example, his constituency was changed from Mednipur to Bardhaman Durgapur. So in that context, many also see it as perhaps that, Dilip Ghosh is no longer as much valued in the BJP in Bengal as perhaps he used to be earlier. And therefore, the party itself has sent him a show cause notice.
Okay. Saurabh, thank you. Also, thanks to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali for joining us at this moment. The election campaign has begun, ladies and gentlemen, but laced with misogyny and sexist comments. Moving on, now Enforcement Directorate has filed a case against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter over alleged illegal payments from a mineral firm. The payments were made to the tune of rupees 1.72 crores, which is under the investigation. These payments were made to Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter, Veena, her IT firm SFIO, and the tax department was already probing the matter. Moving on, a fresh crack in the MVA alliance in Maharashtra. The Congress is upset over Uddhav Thackeray, in fact, announcing candidates without the final consultations of the alliance partner. The Uddhav Thackeray Sena has announced candidates in Sangli and Mumbai. These seats were, in fact, a bone of contention between both the Congress and the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray.
Fresh cracks in MVA alliance after Uddhav Sena announced its list of 17 candidates. Sena's decision to nominate candidates in disputed constituencies, including Sangli and in Mumbai, has sparked discord among the allies. Sangli, considered a Congress stronghold and was claimed by both Congress and Uddhav Sena, will see Chandrahar Patil of Sena contesting. Mumbai Northwest and Mumbai South Central were also claimed by both Congress and Uddhav Sena, but now it has been claimed by Sena's Amol Kirtikar and Anil Desai respectively. Mumbai Northeast, which was under dispute between NCP and Sena, will have Sena's Sanjay Patil as the candidate. Congress was quick to hit out.
सांगली त्यांनी जाहीर करणं किंवा मुंबईमधलं सुद्धा धारावी जे काही ते तो मतदारसंघ जाहीर करणं हे योग्य झालं नाही असं माझं मत आहे. आमचा आजही आग्रह या जागेसाठी आहे. एवढंच नाही तर भिवंडीच्या जागेसाठी सुद्धा आमचा आग्रह आहे आणि या बाबतीत जे जाहीर केलं आहे त्या बाबतीत शिवसेनेने फेरविचार करावा असे मी म्हणेल.
Sanjay Nirupam, who was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest constituency, also lashed out at Uddhav Sena and accused the party of burying Congress in Mumbai and urged Congress to break ties with Uddhav Sena.
जिस तरीके से मुंबई की 6 में से 5 सीटें शिवसेना के हवाले कर दी गई, वो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुंबई में पूरी तरह से दफन करने का एक कार्यक्रम है. शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए. इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए.
The MVA suffers another blow as Prakash Ambedkar's party VBA, which was negotiating hard for a possible alliance with MVA, has decided to go solo.
परिवारवाद बचाने के लिए इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे कि जिसको हमने पूरी तरह से रिजिस्ट किया है. हम लोग इस बात को जानते हैं कि काफ़ी बड़ी आलोचना होगी, लेकिन लोगों की अगर नस में अगर जानता हूं, अगर पहचान सकता हूं, तो आम जनता को परिवर्तन की ज़रूरत है.
Sources suggest Congress may opt for friendly fight against Uddhav Sena in many of the disputed constituencies. Will UBT Sena reconsider its list or will it lead to a larger crisis within MVA? Only time will tell. With video journalist Jeetu in Mumbai, Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Now to Karnataka, where resentment in the Kolar Congress, in fact, is troubling the party ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. MLAs and MLCs from the constituency have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Munyappa's son-in-law is given the ticket.
In a sudden move, 3 MLAs and 2 MLCs from the Congress in Karnataka created a furor as they decided to step into Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru to meet the Speaker and submit their resignation. Reason? Anger over sitting Minister K.H. Munyappa's son-in-law being offered a ticket from Kolar Lok Sabha. Backing them is State Minister M.C. Sudhakar, who argued that others must be given opportunities, bringing to the open internal difference in the party.
I have all respects for the party high-command, but here we want others to be given representation. So that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the high-command to get the seats, we thought we can, there's no point continuing, but rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
While the Congress High Command has bought some time to arrive at a mutual decision and look at a neutral candidate instead, K.H. Munyappa has expressed surprise.
Unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met, and all MLAs. Together, we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command.
7-time MP K.H. Munyappa lost seat in 2019. Munyappa wants his son-in-law to contest 2024 Lok Sabha election. SC subsections in Karnataka divided into left and right. K.H. Munyappa belongs to scheduled caste left. Local MLAs backed by former Speaker Ramesh Kumar want scheduled caste right candidate. Rebellion seems to be a common phenomenon in the BJP too. 2 BJP supporters even attempted suicide after B.V. Naik was denied the ticket in Raichur. And senior leaders are busy trying to placate dissenting factions.
There is no anything in Chikmagalur now. Mysore also cool. I went to Bidar. Once again I will go and meet Madhuswamy. That will be cool. Only one person, no other there. So Shivamogga, that will handle by the central leadership.
Both the BJP and the Congress are now worried about tackling resentment within the party. The senior leaders will now play a crucial role to not let dissent ruin the party's prospects ahead of the Lok Sabha election. With camera person Govind Pratibaraman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Now to an international tragedy. 6 are presumed dead after the Baltimore bridge collapsed yesterday. The search operation has now been called off. Here's a report.
A day after the shocking bridge collapse incident in Baltimore, rescue operations have been suspended for the 6 missing people as they are presumed dead. The US Coast Guard has ruled out the possibility of finding anyone alive after the 2 people rescued on Tuesday.
We are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away, none of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase.
According to reports, the 6 missing people were part of a road construction crew. They fell into the river after Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed as a result of being struck by a 984-foot cargo ship. All the 22 members on board the ship were Indians, but it was guided by 2 local pilots when it crashed into one of the pillars of the bridge. Moments before collision, the ship's crew issued a mayday call that allowed authorities to stop traffic before impact and likely saved lives. Meanwhile, a terrorism angle has been ruled out.
Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported.
The US National Transportation Safety Board will launch an investigation into the incident, which could hurt the local economy by straining supply chains. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
That's all on this bulletin at this moment. Thank you so much for being with us. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Motorola tweet of the day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on X has tweeted and said, UNESCO Garba is a celebration of life, culture and devotion. It brings people together. It is gladdening to note Garba's global popularity is on the rise. Some time ago, Garba found a place in UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. I'm glad that the certificate of inscription was presented a few days back in Paris. At the same time, a memorable Garba night was also held in Paris, which was attended by Indian community in large numbers.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते
And I'm Maria Shakil. 42 seats in Bengal go to polls in 7 phases, starting 19th of April. The BJP has so far released names of 38 candidates out of 42. The TMC, on the other hand, has announced all 42. The BJP has fielded Rekha Patra from Bashirhat, she's also a victim and resident of Sandesh Khali. She was one of the first women to raise her voice during protests against alleged sexual assault by 3 expelled TMC leaders, Sheikh Shahjahan among others. Sheikh, a key accused in sexual assault and the land grab charges in Sandesh Khali, was arrested last month in connection with an assault on Enforcement Directorate officers on January 5th. Amrita Roy, who belongs to the royal family of Krishnanagar, has been nominated for the seat. And she will be taking on TMC's firebrand leader, Mahua Moitra. Over the last 24 hours, the Prime Minister has spoken to these 2 candidates, sending a message of support to women from his party who are taking on the TMC. I am being joined by Amrita Roy on the show tonight. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Prime Minister Modi spoke to you. He also spoke to Rekha Patra. The focus in Bengal seems to be on women What role do you think women like you will play, particularly now that you have been fielded against Mahua Moitra?
So my role, if you have noticed my earlier interviews, that I have always said that it's, that this state has become absolutely corrupt, absolutely dishonest. It's not safe for women. Like I visited Sadar Hospital today, and a 15-year-old has been raped. So earlier also I've said it's just not Sandesh Khali. Every day something or the other like this is happening. So some things are coming out and many things are kept under wraps. So that is why I feel that being a lady, I have a big role to play because this has to stop. I mean, this cannot go on. People are scared to talk even because, in case they earn a bad name. They are not comfortable talking. They are not comfortable, coming out of that place wherever they are and say that they are deprived of their own fundamental rights. So that there I play a role.
And Prime Minister Modi also spoke to Rekha Patra, the Sandesh Khali survivor. Fielding her from Bashir Hart is certainly high on symbolism. It's a powerful messaging as well. Do you think in general women like you will be able to take on a very powerful chief minister and also a woman like Mamata Banerjee?
No. I don't think it's a personal attack. My ideology is different. Theirs is different. We have no such thing as, like I'm taking on someone or she's taking me on. It's not like that. It's not a personal attack. We are following our own mental positive, for me, mental positive direction.
Today the Election Commission actually issued a notice to Dilip Ghosh, BJP leader from Bengal. How do you look at his comments against Mamata Banerjee? Of course, BJP president has also issued a notice and condemned it. Do you think these statements, which are certainly very despicable in nature, should be avoided?
Yeah, and I think in politics, many things sort of, misinterpreted. Maybe, I don't know about him. But I think, what you've not said also gets added. But then I feel, yes, you should be a little cautious.
My last question to you, ma'am. Krishnanagar, your constituency is, of course, represented by TMC, is a former MP in Mahua Moitra. She has been pretty strong in her opinion and pretty vociferous at the same time. How do you look at your own battle?
Yes, like I say, I am here. Actually, I was reluctant to join any party because I have been throughout my life political, right? So this was something BJP had approached me, and this was a chance I got from Modi ji that I become a candidate for Lok Sabha elections 24. So this is actually, you need a good platform. And this is an all India party. So I cannot do much. Like as an individual, I cannot reach out to many people. So I need a clean platform because this party as of now, I have not heard has any scandal or anything. And Modi ji is an excellent leader. So he's an inspiration. So I thought, let me give it a try.
All right. All the best for your electioneering and your battle. Thank you so much for joining us. Amrita Roy there, BJP candidate from Krishnanagar. But the spotlight clearly is on women. candidates and women as a constituency in Bengal. Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us. We also have Tasifur Rahman, spokesperson of the TMC. Shazia, first call to Rekha Patra, where the Prime Minister called her Shakti Swaroop, and then another call which is made to Amrita Roy. And again, the messaging here is that he says that he is exploring legal options to ensure that the money looted from the poor goes back to them through whatever assets and money ED has attached from the corrupt. I think Sandesh Khali certainly is going to be the talking point or the big messaging coming from the BJP, the justice for women of Sandesh Khali.
Well, absolutely. It has become such a nerve center, if you see, Maria. And I was so delighted to see that candidature of Rekha Patra. A woman of grit who has withstood, all that she has. And she's called out these goons, accused them on the face and organized other women with her. Serious charges, extortion, sexual harassment, land grab. So I salute her, really. and I love this. This is what democracy is about. This is one, when you pick up leaders like those and you give them, this is my idea of what democracy should be like. This is a perfect candidature, if you ask me. And this is a young woman, and I saw that entire interaction. So definitely women and Matra Shakti is a very important pillar, on which rests the BJP's ideology, campaign, and the entire mission. So it's an important pillar.
Tasifur Rahman, how is the TMC looking at countering this?
See, first of all, I would like to, wish all the best to all the candidates, especially the women candidates from BJP and Trinamool Congress as well. And we have such no issues when the Honorable Prime Minister is calling the candidates and want to support them. But somewhere, if you see, it's kind of very biased at the same time in the same state where his party leaders and a member of parliament, Dilip Ghosh, is continuously attacking Mamata Banerjee with deliberate remarks, which is very shameful. Yesterday also I was talking to Shazia ji, and I appreciate that Shazia also gave a statement where she sounded very apologetic. I mean, not she personally, but yeah, she realized that whatever Dilip Ghosh said, it's not acceptable at this part of the country, especially now. When MCC is in place, we are witnessing the Prime Minister calling multiple BJP candidates in Bengal and releasing the telephonic conversation in public domain. I mean, how is the ECI not taking cognizance of this blatant violation of the MCC? I mean, we have no issues with anyone calling any candidate, but why should that be used as a poll plank? My question is this.
I want to understand from you, Tasifur.
I don't understand
because, as a journalist myself and as someone who has covered elections and election commission, how is this really a violation of model code of conduct? If any party leader is speaking to his or her candidate and then putting that conversation out in the public domain, Mamata Banerjee has also done that, or other leaders do. Does Mamata Banerjee or say other leaders in India bloc do not communicate or converse with their party candidates?
Supporting the candidates, that's the whole idea of a campaign.
Maria, the election commission should talk on this. This is our duty to say something which is not appropriate according to us. But but let aside,
how is it inappropriate?
No, I'm telling you, moreover, the Prime Minister could spend time in calling the BJP candidates because his of vested interest. It is absolutely clear. And he understands the BJP Bengal unit is of no use.
If the BJP unit is of no use, the BJP's candidate, then who is Prime Minister expected to call? TMC candidates. And then you will say that is vested interest. He is trying to lure them. So I think that's a very absurd logic. Please go ahead.
You see, no, let's talk about fact, Maria.
No,
let's
please
talk about
don't
fact.
go ahead.
Furthermore, the Prime Minister was found making a bogus promise of distributing 3,000 crore attached by the ED to the poor people of Bengal. I mean, they did the same in 2014 while promising the country that we will return 15 lakhs to each and every one. I mean, this kind of some jumla, and where Amit Shah will come in front and say that it's a chronology.
The X factor in these elections.
No, we have to talk about, all aspects, Maria.
The question is, Tasif, 2019, when the BJP won 18 seats, nobody gave them a chance. All of you were of the opinion that the battle in these states are largely between the CPM or CPI versus the TMC. The BJP came out of nowhere and then it struck gold with 18 seats. My question is that right now there appears to be a strategy in place. The strategy is the woman voter and these are women of Sandesh Khali who are feeling cheated perhaps by a woman chief minister. So it's high on symbolism. How do you plan to counter it is my simple and straight question.
Maria, the woman of Bengal is not only in Sandesh Khali. The woman in Bengal is all over Bengal. And what BJP has done with Bengal, the whole country has seen. Whether you talk about Brij Bhushan, he's roaming free. When you talk about Sandesh Khali, Sheikh Jah is behind the bars. 6 years suspended from the party. Strict action has been taken. Where is he right now? Behind the bars. Where is Brij Bhushan? The whole country is asking. The nation wants to know again that why Brij Bhushan is not arrested. Why there is no action taken from the party itself. Why do the party needs to wait for the court? Why is he roaming free like a lion? When the whole wrestling federation retired, they gave resignation just because of Brij Bhushan.
Okay, Shazia Ilmi will respond to this.
Hypocrisy?
So I can start off, if you want me to...
Yes, go ahead, Shazia.
So Tausif, addressing through you, Maria, I can start off with Naina Sani Tandoor case and go on and give you thousands of examples of what has happened and transpired. First of all, I think women's lives and women's bodies are not subjects to do politics on. That's one.
Absolutely.
Two, and more importantly, Sandesh Khali stands out because of what women have endured there. And these women are the most marginalized, the most deprived when it comes to social and economic matters.
Sandesh Khali,
and so, let me finish. If a prime minister won't call and encourage these women,
patience.
You are not concerned about that.
She was listening to you patiently. You have to extend that courtesy to her.
Prime minister,
you have to extend that courtesy to her.
I've never heard something more absurd than that. I think party leaders are supposed to encourage their candidates, which is exactly what the prime minister did. And that was a great moment actually to watch that interaction. And I'm sure your leaders also do the same. I don't know if your leaders, if Mamata Banerjee doesn't go out encouraging her own candidates, but others, that would be very strange. But I don't know how it works for TMC. And secondly, and most importantly, the very serious charges are there and the inquiry is going on where Brij Bhushan is concerned. So, you can't use one case and use it to whitewash the crimes and the taint of Sandesh Khali. You cannot do that. And we will not allow you to do that because what happened there was absolutely unforgivable, unpardonable. And this is so many women. So I'm glad that the spotlight is on women, on Matra Shakti. It's very important. And PM believes in it. And it shows there, it's manifestation of that assertion that yes, Matra Shakti rules, that Nari Shakti rules, that there has to be respect for women.
Maria, come on.
So I respect all women leaders. I'm not saying that. But you're talking about Dilip Ghosh. You talked about Dilip Ghosh. The president has issued a notice. You tell me what has been done about what Supriya Shrinate has done. Has she been thrown out of the party? Has there been any notice given to her by Mallikarjun Kharge or Priyanka Gandhi?
Let me explain you. You're talking about Nari Shakti.
I'm just telling you, let's be fair. Let's not run away from topic.
The Prime Minister should have come forward and condemned what Dilip Ghosh said. He should have wrote something on Twitter.
No, he should have done that. He should not have done that.
To talk with the candidates, he should have a time to
tweet something on
Well, I was talking about the women of Bengal because the spotlight clearly is on the women. Just like it is all across India. Shazia and Tausifur Rahman, thank you so much for joining us and bringing you a special report. This time, the hot seat is New Delhi constituency. An interesting battle playing out there. Here's a special report from Vedant.
Battle for the heart of the national capital. The strategically important New Delhi constituency has seen stalwarts like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Lal Krishna Advani and Ajay Maken contest from it. It is the oldest seat in New Delhi. It houses the power corridors of India. A victory in New Delhi means a key to the seat of the world's largest democracy. The throne of power, the core of our republic, the thrust of Indian democracy. This iconic boulevard has seen it all. Defining mandates, alliances rising to power, governments falling, and prime ministers running the country from here, the center of New Delhi. One of the capital's 7 constituencies, New Delhi is home to over 14 lakh voters, including high-profile electors like the President, the Prime Minister, judges and senior leaders who form one of India's most educated electorates. It was in the late 1970s, when the Janata Party was on the rise, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee wrested the all-important seat from the Congress soon after the emergency. His closest confidant and India's former Deputy Prime Minister L.K. Advani contested from New Delhi soon after in 1989 during the peak of the Ram Mandir movement. From Ajay Markan in the early 2000s to Meenakshi Lekhi holding the fort for the BJP in the last decade, it has been a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress until Delhi's Aam Aadmi entered the fray. Despite Kejriwal's back-to-back electoral victories in the state and local polls, his party has yet to dent the BJP's prospects in the Lok Sabha. This time, it's a battle between lawyers. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are in alliance in Delhi, and New Delhi is being contested by the Aam Aadmi Party. From the AAP is a man who fought for the Anna Andolan in the courts, Supreme Court lawyer and a sitting MLA from New Delhi's Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti. The task is cut out for the party heavyweight to defend his boss in prison and groom up his party's tattered image in the run-up to the polls.
This time the election has a different color altogether. The way the election took place in 19 and 14, this time the reasons, the purpose, the focus is entirely different. The way BJP crushed opposition, the way they took away the rights of Delhi government, the way they tried to demolish the democratic fabric of the nation, all will be addressed in this election. So people of Delhi want accountability from central government. All these members of parliament of BJP in last 10 years, they did not say a word. When rights of people of Delhi were being snatched by central government, they did not say a word. BJP understands. Ajit Pawar, whom Honorable Prime Minister himself accused of 70,000 crores loot, he is in BJP. So BJP has a new washing machine. So now he is pure. Chhagan Bhujbal, who was jailed and remained in jail for 1 year on charges of corruption, he joined BJP. Now he is pure. You know, Suvendu Adhikari, Himanta Sharma, n number of people. So new washing machine in the market. BJP, which is to purify people, people do see कौन काम करता है, कौन नामदार है, कौन कामदार है.
In a radical political move, the BJP has unseated 6 of its 7 contentious sitting MPs from Delhi. From hate speech accused Parvesh Verma and Ramesh Biduri to the controversial MP Gautam Gambhir, the BJP's big Delhi leaders have all been dropped. From New Delhi, the BJP has fielded a fresh face. BJP veteran Sushma Swaraj's daughter, 40-year-old Bansuri Swaraj. A political debutante, Bansuri Swaraj is a lawyer like both her parents, boasting of an illustrious legal career.
There is no question of legacy. I can tell you that the people of Delhi have unwavering faith in Modi ki guarantee. Whether it was abrogation of Article 370, whether it was construction of a grand Ram temple in Ayodhya ji, whether it was bringing 33% reservation in favor of women in both Vidhan Sabha and Parliament by passing of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. These are all promises which were enunciated in our manifesto, and they have been absolutely fulfilled. These are union elections. And therefore, I think the voter also, the perspective is broader. We're talking about women-led development of a Viksit Bharat. So, of course, my vision resonates with his.
The fact that most of the sitting BJP MPs were removed, how do you look at that? Do people here, you see, were sort of disillusioned by the MPs of your party, your predecessors?
No, not at all. Not at all. हमारी पार्टी में टिकट कटते नहीं हैं, टिकट मिलते हैं और हमारे यहाँ पद नहीं होते, दायित्व होते हैं.
Delhi has nearly 1.5 lakh first-time voters, and among them are thousands of young students in one of the country's biggest coaching hubs in New Delhi's Rajendra Nagar. In election season, this nerve center of UPSC aspirants is bustling with politics.
अगर हम कंट्री वाइड बात करेंगे तो इसमें नो डाउट जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट होते हैं, चूँकि ये लोकसभा का इलेक्शन है, उन्हीं के नाम पे वोटिंग होती है. लेकिन अगर आप मेरे व्यू की बात करेंगे तो आप अपने कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और प्लस जो आपके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं रिगार्डिंग कंस्टिट्यूएंसी, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उस चीज़ को भी ध्यान में रख के वोटिंग करनी चाहिए. अब जैसे कि एज ए स्टूडेंट वी आर फेसिंग अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट.
पॉलिटिकल लीडर हर रोज मतलब पार्टियां बदल रहे हैं. जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कितनी पार्टियां, बड़ी बड़ी पार्टी के लीडर जो जैसे महाराष्ट्र में लीडर हो गए, राजस्थान में लीडर हो गए. मतलब ये कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एक लीडर की कुछ अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं बची है. वो एक इलेक्शन में इधर, एक इलेक्शन में उधर. आजकल जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बॉडी की जितना वो गरिमा गिरती जा रही है, तो एक सोसाइटी का जो सोसाइटी बन रही है रिलीजन के बेसिस पे या कास्ट के बेसिस पे, ये पिछले कुछ सालों में या 1-2 डेकेड में बढ़ा है अभी. क्योंकि अगर आज देखो, आज के टाइम में अगर कोई अपनी कोई बात रखना चाहता है, अगर कोई प्रोटेस्टर है या कोई और भी है, अगर वो अपनी बात रखता है तो उसे एज ए एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर दिया जाता है उसी टाइम. वो मेनली पार्लियामेंट में जो हो रहा है, पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग अगर हम भी देखते हैं तो पार्लियामेंट की प्रोसीडिंग में अगर उसका वो देखे कि कितनी एफिशिएंसी है, वो एफिशिएंसी आ ही नहीं रही है.
I feel cleanliness is the first thing they should think about. I feel the streets are not very clean. All these dogs here, it's very scary. The cost of living is very high. Since I'm from Tamil Nadu, I see the cost of living is very high, almost double.
From deadly pollution to toxic landfills and the sanitation mess. Even as Delhi grapples with these long-standing issues, it is left without a chief minister. The arrest of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ahead of the big general elections has left the Aam Aadmi Party without its star campaigner and biggest face. The contest for the coveted New Delhi seat is a prestige battle, both for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP. Many political pundits say that the BJP, which has unseated 6 of its 7 sitting MPs here in Delhi, is nervous of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has defeated the BJP both in state elections as well as municipal polls. But these are national elections. Can the big message of brand Modi, national security and Vishwa Guru trump local issues like sanitation and air pollution? That is a big question. In New Delhi with camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny, मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीज़ें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं because this
you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taygun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taygun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric.
This show is on and all is not well in the Maharashtra alliances. The Maha Vikas Aghadi today developed fresh fissures as the Uddhav Sena unilaterally declared candidates to polls, including on seats that the Congress is keen to contest. Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam came out all guns blazing, telling the Congress that it should break the alliance with Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena. In the Mahayuti as well, on the other hand, the muscle flexing is on among the allies to corner more seats. The BJP, Shinde Sena and the Ajit Pawar's NCP are yet to declare their candidates for the crucial state that sent 48 Lok Sabha seats, although the BJP has announced candidates for most of its seats. So what is happening in Maharashtra? That will be a top discussion tonight on the show. But later on the show, I will be also touching on and taking a look at what India's stand has been. India has taken a tough stand on Western interference over the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. After Germany, United States has also spoken on the arrest, which has irked New Delhi. The Ministry of External Affairs today summoned a top US envoy and registered strong protest over a meeting that lasted for 40 minutes. So is New Delhi now drawing a clear line for the Western world? That is going to take place at 9:30. But first up, the Maha Vikas Aghadi in Maharashtra appears to have hit a roadblock, and it threatens to certainly derail the alliance. Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena today snubbed its allies, Congress and Sharad Pawar's NCP, as it unilaterally released the first list of 17 candidates. This even as the three MVA partners are engaged in seat-sharing talks.
Fresh cracks in MVA alliance after Uddhav Sena announced its list of 17 candidates. Sena's decision to nominate candidates in disputed constituencies, including Sangli and in Mumbai, has sparked discord among the allies. Sangli, considered a Congress stronghold and was claimed by both Congress and Uddhav Sena, will see Chandrahar Patil of Sena contesting. Mumbai Northwest and Mumbai South Central were also claimed by both Congress and Uddhav Sena, but now it has been claimed by Sena's Amol Kirtikar and Anil Desai respectively. Mumbai Northeast, which was under dispute between NCP and Sena, will have Sena's Sanjay Patil as the candidate. Congress was quick to hit out.
सांगली त्यांनी जाहीर करणं किंवा मुंबईमधलं सुद्धा धारावी जे काही ते तो मतदारसंघ जाहीर करणं हे योग्य झालं नाही असं माझं मत आहे. आमचा आजही आग्रह या जागेसाठी आहे. एवढंच नाही तर भिवंडीच्या जागेसाठी सुद्धा आमचा आग्रह आहे आणि या बाबतीत जे जाहीर केलं आहे त्या बाबतीत शिवसेनेने फेरविचार करावा असे मी म्हणेल.
Sanjay Nirupam, who was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest constituency, also lashed out at Uddhav Sena and accused the party of burying Congress in Mumbai and urged Congress to break ties with Uddhav Sena.
जिस तरीके से मुंबई की 6 में से 5 सीटें शिवसेना के हवाले कर दी गई, वो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुंबई में पूरी तरह से दफन करने का एक कार्यक्रम है. शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए. इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए.
The MVA suffers another blow as Prakash Ambedkar's party VBA, which was negotiating hard for a possible alliance with MVA, has decided to go solo.
परिवारवाद बचाने के लिए इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे कि जिसको हमने पूरी तरह से रिजिस्ट किया है. हम लोग इस बात को जानते हैं कि काफ़ी बड़ी आलोचना होगी, लेकिन लोगों की अगर नस मैं अगर जानता हूं, अगर पहचान सकता हूं, तो आम जनता को परिवर्तन की ज़रूरत है.
Sources suggest Congress may opt for friendly fight against Uddhav Sena in many of the disputed constituencies. Will UBT Sena reconsider its list or will it lead to a larger crisis within MVA? Only time will tell. With video journalist Jeetu in Mumbai, Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Let me bring in my guests now. Baba Siddiqui, former Maharashtra minister and also a senior leader of NCP, is joining us. Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP, Charan Singh Sapra, national spokesperson of the Congress and also working president of Mumbai Congress. Anand Dubey is spokesperson of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, and Rohit Chandravarkar is senior journalist. Baba Siddiqui, I'm beginning with you. Who is not following the coalition dharma here?
Well, I have nothing to say on this because what happens is Shivsena is trying to bulldoze Congress. That's what I'm seeing. And that is what the congressman should understand. We were, in 2004, we won I'm quoting because I was in Congress for the last 48 years. 5 seats we had won the Congress had won in 2004 and one was with NCP when Congress was in alliance. So that means Congress has a hold in Mumbai. So I don't understand how the leaders have negotiated this. This is like bulldozing Congress and finishing Congress. That is what was my concern earlier when we left. And this is not right what has happened.
Okay, Charan Singh Sapra, Baba Siddiqui left you all. Sanjay Nirupam is very much part of the Congress and he is expressing the same concern that it is Uddhav Thackeray's party which is bulldozing its way and Shiv Sena is making you bend and you are doing it. Those are his words. Those are the words of Sanjay Nirupam.
I feel the Mahavikas Aghadi is having a democratic process. We have a committee which has looked into all this seat distribution. They have seen the winnabilities also and accordingly probably the decisions are being taken. Now as far as the decision which happened today, I feel it would have been better if Shiv Sena would have not declared at least 2 of the seats on which discussions are on. But anyway, I leave it to the central leadership or the committee which is looking into this. Definitely the concern shown by Sanjay Nirupam has reached to the High Command also, and probably they will be looking into it. Now, as far as the NCP, Ajit Pawar, Mr. Baba Siddiqui was saying, I feel they should take care of their own house because maybe they'll get only 4 to 5 seats and BJP will be contesting on 32 seats and maybe the Eknath Shinde party will also get locked around 9 or 10 seats. So there is it's not that the NDA is very comfortable. There are several seats within NDA which still the discussions
yes,
are
both
on.
the houses are not in order. I agree with you. Baba Siddiqui will respond to his own house when I'll ask the question with regards to Mahayuti. But before that, I want to understand from you, Anand Dubey, why this impatient hurry? Even if the talks are going on, why has Uddhav Thackeray gone ahead and unilaterally announced candidates for 17 seats?
मारिया जी नमस्ते। देखिए, सबसे पहले एक चीज आपको समझना होगा कि कोई न तो जल्दबाजी में ये घोषणा हुई है, न आनंद फानन में घोषणा हुई है। महाविकास आघाड़ी की बैठकों में कंटिन्यूअस ये बात कही गई कि उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा सीट 2014 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2019 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2024 में हम लड़ेंगे। एक बार भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के किसी बड़े नेता ने आपत्ति नहीं बताई कि नहीं, यह सीट शिवसेना नहीं कांग्रेस लड़ेगी। जब आज हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया, तब आज जाकर संजय निरुपम जी खुले मंच से बात कर रहे हैं। संजय निरुपम जी एक नेता हैं, हर नेता को लगता है मैं चुनाव लड़ूं, मैं खूब आगे बढ़ूं, वो उसका अधिकार है, लेकिन उसका एक प्लेटफॉर्म होता है। यही बात आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व से कहिए, चिट्ठी लिखिए, उनसे बातचीत करिए, खुलेआम मीडिया में आकर, खुलेआम सोशल मीडिया में आकर। आप ऐसा नहीं कह सकते, ये गठबंधन धर्म का पालन नहीं है। जब हमने अमरावती सीट छोड़ी, जब हमने रामटेक की सीट छोड़ी, जब हमने कोल्हापुर की सीट छोड़ी, तो हमारे नेता तो मीडिया में आकर, सोशल मीडिया में आके आलाप और विलाप नहीं किए। एक समझौता होता है, बड़ा दिल दिखाना पड़ता है। हम गठबंधन में लड़ते हैं, हम सबका मकसद होता है कि बीजेपी को हमें हराना है। अब अगर बीजेपी को हराना है तो कहीं छोटी मोटी आपको दुख भी सहना पड़ेगा, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को शिवसेना खत्म करना चाहती है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है मेरे भाई। हम 23 सीटों पर लड़े थे, हम 23 मांग रहे थे। क्या गुनाह किया हमने 17 पर अपने उम्मीदवार आज किए हैं, हम 5 और अपने उम्मीदवार करेंगे, आपको बता के करेंगे। ठीक है, आपको थोड़ा तकलीफ हुआ।
and Anand Dubey on the screen because they have to sort this out. Charan Singh Sapra, you know, they gave up Amravati. Shiv Sena gave up Amravati, its claim on Amravati. So certainly...
Ramtek.
Kolhapur. Okay, Kolhapur. It's a long list then. Then who is not following coalition dharma? आप भी कहीं पर, आप भी रास्ता दीजिए उनको.
Maria, as well as Kolhapur is concerned, let me make it clear for your audience that, you know, it was decided by Mahavikas Aghadi that this seat will be contested by Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj. Now, if Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj said that he will be fighting on hand symbol, that is the symbol of Congress, then that doesn't mean that they have donated that seat to us. It was a collective decision of Mahavikas Aghadi that Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj will contest. So that is number one. Now, as far as other seats are concerned, that's what I'm saying, that there is a committee. These things cannot be sorted out on your channel. In a discussion of 20 or 25 minutes, these things cannot be sorted out. There is a set of leaders from Congress party. There is a set of leaders from Shiv Sena and NCP. They have been discussing things, and let us leave it to them. And it's not that the elections are right tomorrow or day after. It is on 20th
elections are
May.
not very far. So certainly you cannot keep procrastinating. Twin Sena, all's not well even in your house.
Our elections in first two phases, everything is streamlined.
Okay.
This election of Mumbai
Mahayuti, Twin Sena.
To worry, absolutely nothing to worry. We never take the hasty decisions, the kind of hasty decisions which Uddhav Thackeray has taken. You know, and I think that we are on the verge of sorting out each and every seat. We have, all over India, we have declared nearly 85% of our candidates. I'm talking BJP. No other party has been able to do that. So even in Maharashtra, it's a matter of a few days. In the next 3 or 4 days, every seat will be settled and there will be no animosity. See, today what Uddhav Thackeray has done, even though it's an internal issue of the Aghadi, on the one hand, it vindicates our decision to, you know, get rid of Uddhav Thackeray because he's not a team player. Time and again, he has proved that. But on the other hand, look at what is happening in the Congress party. It seems there is complete disconnect between the local leadership and the central leadership of the Congress party. When a Congress leader,
but you have not been able to play the big brother in your alliance either. You have gone ahead and announced candidates for close to 24-25 seats. But what about your alliance partners?
No, but
the Shinde Sena or Ajit Pawar NCP. They are still waiting for certain seats. It's trying to sort it out among themselves.
No,
Maria,
there
ask him what
is
is
no
going on
comparison between us and them. We have gone ahead and announced because we are better prepared. But you know, of all the seats that we have announced the candidates in, there was very clear understanding that those seats would be contested by BJP, and therefore there is no animosity between our partners.
Okay. You're saying there is no animosity. Before I bring in the politicians again, Anand ji, zara thoda sa dharya rakheं. Rohit Chandavarkar. Rohit, you know, it's playing out rather interestingly, and whosoever is speaking out, because the seat sharing talks are still going on, they have very sharp words to say. For Sanjay Nirupam to say that, you know, Shiv Sena is making Congress bend, and for even Sunil Ambedkar, who has decided to march to his own tunes, he has gone on to say that MVA is promoting dynastic politics. That's a huge, huge charge.
Maria, what has got exposed today is the fact that Mahavikas Aghadi is basically not organic or a natural alliance. You know, as an independent journalist, unbiased, objective analysis I can say that, you know, it's a kind of a historic day, because not just Uddhav Thackeray announcing his own list without consulting the alliance partners, but also Prakash Ambedkar holding a press conference and saying that he is going alone, Ekla Chalo Re. That has also happened today. So it looks like whatever talks they had for, you know, all these weeks. And I heard my friend Charanjit Sapra, a longtime friend from Congress, saying this cannot be sorted in a 20-25 minute television discussion. But we have been waiting, Mr. Sapra, my good friend, for 25 weeks, almost. I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit, but almost 12 weeks, 13 weeks, 15 weeks for you to decide the alliance, the seat sharing. And that has not happened. Today was kind of a watershed day where Uddhav's right-hand man, Sanjay Raut, just put the list on Twitter. And the interesting part is they are claiming Sangli, which has been a Congress foothold, a Congress bastion before 2014. So Uddhav is challenging Congress party in a place like Sangli, which shows that this alliance is not just working, perhaps. I'm not sure about that. Next point, I'll finish in a bit. Next part is that the voters are confused. They're getting kind of fed up. They're confused and fed up that, you know, who is the option for BJP in Maharashtra? We have these three parties coming together, but they are spending so much time fighting between themselves. That is you know,
but Rohit, when you say
larger perception
that MVA is not organic alliance, then is Mahayuti being seen as an organic grouping?
No, there are a lot of fights between Mahayuti alliance partners also. Let me be objective and fair, and let me say that also. We have to be balanced. There are fights between them also. But, you know, leaders like Devendra Fadnavis are, you know, too mature to kind of keep it under wraps, and they are, you know, holding discussions behind the curtain, and they are kind of sorting it out till now. There are fights between them also over seat sharing. We have to be fair to that also.
Yeah,
but
so there's no public display
larger perception.
of
Maria,
differences playing out. That has happened in your case, Charan Singh Sapra. So the question is that here is Balasaheb Thorat, who has asserted that the Congress was firm on contesting on 3 seats, Sangli, Bhiwandi and Mumbai South Central. And still, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has gone ahead. So did you not communicate effectively? Is there a communication gap, or is there miscommunication in the alliance?
No, I don't think so. There is a miscommunication in the alliance. Can I? I don't think so that there's no miscommunication in the alliance. But still, I would like to point out, like Mr. Rohit Chandavarkar was talking, it reminded me that what is happening in Ratnagiri, Sindhudur between Narayan Rane and the Shinde Sena. Similar situation is there in Amravati. Similar situation is there in their camp in so many seats, including Nasik and Parbati.
So I said it's the same in Mahayuti. The same in Mahayuti. But somehow
what you said, Rohit bhai, I am just extending what you said. I am giving few more examples with the seats. So there are a number of things whereby the Mahayuti is not getting along. Now, like Maria said, it is not very visible. But Maria, it won't be visible for you. But it was visible when Mr. Narayan Rane and the Shinde Sena leaders in Ratnagiri, Sindhudur
They were fighting on the roads. It was quite visible.
Fine
So
enough.
these
Fine
things
enough.
are
Okay.
happening.
Okay. Let me bring in Anand Dubey as well now. Anand Dubey.
Sort out it.
Anand Dubey.
ये
So,
हमारे बीच का संवाद है, ये विवाद नहीं।
if this is how the cards are stacked up just weeks ahead, then where exactly is the alliance?
मारिया
कहाँ है
जी,
alliance?
मारिया जी, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, कोई विवाद है ही नहीं, संवाद है और अलायंस है। अलायंस कहाँ नहीं है? देखिए, एक परिवार में नोकझोंक होती है। हमारा परिवार बड़ा है। अब हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरह तो नहीं है, अहंकारी
परिवार के जो सदस्य हैं जो बाहर चले गए, प्रकाश अंबेडकर जी, उन्होंने तो ये कह दिया कि आप लोग डायनेस्टी प्रमोट करते हैं।
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि
उनका बयान है।
देखिए, वो हमारे वरिष्ठ हैं, हमारे आदरणीय, मैं उन पर कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। वो हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, हम उन्हें छोड़कर नहीं गए। कल तक वो हमारे साथ बैठते थे, मीटिंग में आते थे, हमारे कार्यक्रम में भाषण देते थे। आज अचानक अपने 9 उम्मीदवार घोषित कर दिए, हमसे पूछा तक नहीं। तो किसने वफा नहीं निभाई? हमने तो वफा को नहीं तोड़ा है।
उनका आरोप आप लोगों पे है कि आप डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स प्रमोट करते थे।
और वो कौन है? वो कौन है महाराज? वो कौन है? डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी को हम सब बहुत मानते हैं, नतमस्तक होते हैं। वो भी तो उनके परिवार की परंपरा को लेकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं ना। हर आदमी जो सेवा करना चाहता है, उसको अगर लेगेसी मिली है, एक परंपरा मिली है, ये तो बड़े खुशी की बात है। वही परंपरा वो निभाए तो सही, हम निभाएं तो गलत। ये कोई बात नहीं हो गई। हमारे यहाँ देखिए संवाद है, विवाद नहीं है। ठीक है, अभी सांगली वाली एक सीट को लेकर विवाद है, हम मना लेंगे एक दूसरे को। हम कहीं एक दो जगह नतमस्तक हो जाएंगे। इसका ये हमारे यहाँ 12 मत की तरह लफड़ा नहीं है।
Is there also an understanding in NCP Ajit Sena faction that the BJP, being the bigger party, is trying to bulldoze its way because they have announced candidates in over 25 seats already?
No, we don't bulldoze anybody.
There is no bulldozing. You will see it by tomorrow or day after tomorrow. As my friend Charan Singh Sapra said, that we have to look into our party. 100% you will look into it. We have just one MP right now, Sunil Tatkare ji, and you will see how many seats we get maybe in a day or two. Rest, where Sena goes with Congress, it is an unholy alliance. And what you said about Balasaheb Thorat, asserting, it is not asserting, it is requesting. It is like pouring water over duck's back. Nothing is going to happen. It's an unholy alliance. Congressmen in Mumbai are shattered. And Mr. Charan Singh Sapra didn't reply to my question that there were, one sec, Charan, I was talking, I didn't interfere. Be a proper congressman. Don't be. So, 5 seats you had in 2004, and we had in earlier we had, when we had 36 seats, we had 27 assembly seats. This is the way Shishona is bulldozing Congress. Well, if that's for them to understand कि वो क्या हो रहा है उनके साथ, उनके कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ क्या हो रहा है, लोग उनको छोड़ के जा रहे हैं. They are living in Lala's land, and what he says, the high command will decide. And the state leadership has not changed anything. Madam, 1 minute, let me complete. One minute, let me complete. The spokesman Sanjay Raut speaks about the state leaders कि इनसे, इन दलियों से क्या बात करेंगे, हम सेंटर से बात करेंगे. तो आप जमीन से जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं उनको इस तरह, मैं समझता हूँ संजय निरुपम जी भी थक चुके होंगे ये नीतियों से. And that is why he is speaking, and there is nobody to take his call. It is so unfortunate.
Tuhin Sinha.
Yes, Maria.
How confident are you that your alliance is an organic one? Because that's what you all have been claiming.
Well, whether it's an organic or inorganic, we are ready for 42. We are on course for 42 plus seats in Maharashtra. You know, with Shinde Sena, it's an absolutely organic alliance because it's an extension of the Balasaheb Thackeray alliance we had for over 35 years. Ajit Pawar is a new partner, but I think, you know, he has adapted brilliantly to Modi ji's vision. And I think, you know, it's an alliance which will go a very long way. Even in the assembly elections, we will be together. I can tell you that for sure. We are on course for 42 plus seats in Maharashtra.
But have you also not announced candidates in a one-sided manner?
No, there was a basic understanding that those seats where we have announced the candidates would be fought by the BJP. You know, the seat ratio, the seats are being given.
I would request all of you to just hold on to your thoughts. We have Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole joining us live now. Nana Patole, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. My question is, what exactly is Mahavikas Aghadi doing? Is the alliance finally taking shape? बहुत ही ओपनली संजय निरुपम ने कहा है और ये भी कहा है कि आपको अलायंस तोड़ देना चाहिए, जिस तरह से शिवसेना ने 17 कैंडिडेट्स अनाउंस कर दिए यूनिलैटरली।
देखो, ये कोई आज किसी व्यक्तिगत लड़ाई नहीं है, ये देश के संवैधानिक और लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था की लड़ाई है। जिस तरह से 10 साल में बीजेपी ने इस देश को बर्बाद किया, देश को बेचकर देश चला रहे हैं, इसलिए किसी के व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थ के लिए लड़ाई नहीं हो सकती। हमारी कोशिश है, हम कल भी हमारी मीटिंग है एनसीपी के नेता शरद पवार जी से, उद्धव ठाकरे जी से, उनसे कल और बात करने वाले हैं। मैं खुद वर्चुअल उनसे बात करने वाला हूँ, हमारे कांग्रेस के नेता भी कल उनसे बात करने वाले हैं। सांगली है, भिवंडी है और मुंबई की जो जगह की बात है, उसमें हमारा डिस्कशन शुरू है। इससे कोई कांग्रेस के नेता ने बहुत ही, क्योंकि ये समय, क्योंकि हमें तो सबको पता है कि 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन, इसका जो टारगेट बीजेपी ने कहा है कि इसके बाद कोई इलेक्शन नहीं। लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को जो खतरा पैदा हो चुका है, ये तो सबको पता है। इसलिए सभी नेताओं ने सोच समझकर, क्योंकि ये लड़ाई पहले जैसी नहीं है, ये लड़ाई एक अलग है।
संजय निरुपम का जो बयान आया है, उन्होंने साफ तौर पे कहा है कि शिवसेना आपको झुका रही है और आप झुक रहे हैं, और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि अगर इस तरह से हो तो आप उनसे अलायंस तोड़ दें। तो क्या ये भी एक कार्ड पर है, ये भी ऑप्शन है?
तो कार्यकर्ताओं की भावनाओं को हमको मान्य करना पड़ेगा। आखिरी पार्टी बोलो तो सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को मिलकर पार्टी बनती है। कार्यकर्ताओं को लगता है कि ये जगह कांग्रेस लड़े, इससे पार्टी को ताकत मिले, वहां पे कोई हमारा कैंडिडेट खड़ा हो, स्वाभाविक, ये कोई उसमें किसी का दुमत नहीं, सभी पार्टियों में ये होता है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम लोग इसमें विचलित हो जाए। हमें पेशेंस रखने का समय है। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मैंने कहा ना कि हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी भी कुछ हम लोगों ने उन्हें डिक्लेयर कर भी दिया है, तो उन्हें उसको एक बार सोचकर इस बात का निर्णय लेना चाहिए। ये भूमिका हमारी है और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कांग्रेस, आजादी की लड़ाई में भी कांग्रेस का योगदान है और देश की एक लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को इतने लंबे समय तक, दुनिया के कई देश आजाद हुए हिंदुस्तान के साथ, लेकिन वो आजादी टिका नहीं सके। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने हमेशा आजादी को बचा के रखा, आजादी और हमारा संविधान को भी बचा के रखा, और इसलिए ये लड़ाई वो लेवल की है और मुझे लगता है कि संजय निरुपम को भी हम मना लेंगे।
अच्छा, तो ये सुनील अंबेडकर जी को मना पाएंगे या नहीं? क्योंकि उन्होंने तो वो अलायंस टॉक से कंप्लीटली बाहर जा चुके हैं और उन्होंने ये भी आरोप लगा दिया है कि महाविकास अघाड़ी डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स को प्रमोट कर रही है।
देखो, वो क्या बोले उनका इशू है, हम उनके बारे में हमें कुछ बोलने का कोई ये भी नहीं आता। हमारा पहले ही हम 2014 और 2019 में भी हम लोगों ने उनके साथ अलायंस की कोशिश की, उसमें हमें क्या नतीजा मिला हमें पता है। आज भी हम कोशिश में हैं, अभी भी उन्हें अलायंस अपना कैंडिडेट डिक्लेयर